Welcome to the video stream on KCNI KBBN Radio, Sandhills Express on Facebook. We also have video streaming going on YouTube if you search KCNI/KBBN. But obviously, if you are tuned in, you already know that. So we'll just get right into things and start our broadcast by thanking our sponsors. They include Wenquist Incorporated, Palmer Monument, Square M Accounting, Broken Bow Legends Neighborhood Grill, Grocery Cart in Broken Bow, BD, Broken Bow Chiropractic, Trotter Service, State Farm Insurance Agent in Broken Bow and Gothenburg, Donna Cahill, Nebraska State Bank, Bruning Bank, Varney Health Mart, Custer Federal State Bank, Peterson's Supermarket, and Pony Express Chevrolet, Gothenburg, and Ford in Minden. As you can see on your screen, the first two teams that will be competing are Minden and McCook. They are scheduled to get started right at 11 o'clock. We've got 20 matches ahead of us today. We start with matches that are predetermined based off of the seeding from last year. That will take up 12 matches of the day. Then they go into pool play and kind of work things out from there based off of the points that they accumulate in these earlier matches. Things are just going to keep rolling here. They've got things divided up into two different pools, an A pool and a B pool, which will allow each of those groups to take a lunch without having to stop the action at all. So we'll just keep rolling forward, and we'll have coverage for you right here on the video stream throughout the day. Just to let you know, here in the pool play to begin, when they are accumulating their points towards the tournament going forward, they will have 10 questions in each round. They'll play to the very end. There's no mercy rule, and that is because they will accumulate as many points as possible to help themselves later on in the tournament. So keep that in mind. They will play 10 questions here for the foreseeable future, no matter what the score is. So keep that in mind. We'll get started with this first round. McCook and Minden are on the stage.
I mean, I kind of knew, but I wasn't sure. Ready?
I'm ready.
Toss-up question number 1, multiple meanings. The part of a stage in front of the proscenium arch. The paved areas around an airport's terminals and hangars. A simple garment tied around the waist used to protect clothing from grease.
McCook, number 4.
Apron.
That is correct. Bonus question for McCook. Wizards. With Nicholas Flamel, he studied alchemy. Name this wizard who overcame Grindelwald.
Okay. Albus Dumbledore.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 2, buildings. The street address is 232 Rue Saint-Antoine, but if you lived in Paris, you didn't need a map to find it, and you didn't want to go there anyway. Its 8 towers were 76 feet high and 5 feet thick and were prominent on the landscape. Name this notorious building.
McCook, number 2.
Bastille.
That is correct. Bonus question for McCook, permutations. When order matters, express as a factorial the number of different ways that 4 people can be arranged.
Yeah.
24.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is 4 factorial. Toss-up question number 3, Afraid No More. This federal program was created by the U.S. Organized Crime Control Act of 1970, and it offers new identities to anyone fearful of reprisal.
McCook, number 3.
Witness protection.
That is correct. Bonus question for McCook, vowels. On a standard typewriter keyboard, what's the only vowel that's not on the same line as the other 4?
A.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 4, mountains. Shenandoah Valley in Virginia is bounded on its east side by which mountains?
Minden, number 3.
Appalachian Mountains.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Shenandoah Valley in Virginia is bounded on its east side by which mountains? The correct answer is Blue Ridge Mountains. Toss-up question number 5, playing Hamlet. His dates were 1833 to 1893. Which actor's role of Hamlet was considered the best in 19th century America? We need first and last names. Hint, he was famous before his brother was infamous. The correct answer is Edwin Booth. Toss-up question number 6. A pain in the back. Most back pain is in the region commonly called the lower back. Anatomically, it's made up of the 5.
McCook, number 2.
Lumbar vertebrae.
That is correct. Bonus for McCook, water names. The Latin for middle of the earth is still seen on maps. What is this 13-letter noun that names a major body of water?
Repeat.
The Latin for middle of the earth is still seen on maps. What is this 13-letter noun that names a major body of water?
Mediterranean.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 7, cities. It has the highest percentage of immigrants of any major city in the world and touts itself as capital of the Americas. What is this U.S. city, now 19% African American and 57% Hispanic American?
Minden, number 3.
Los Angeles.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. It has the highest percentage of immigrants of any major city in the world and touts itself as capital of the Americas. What is this U.S. city, now 19% African American and 57% Hispanic American?
McCook, number 2.
Sacramento.
No, I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Miami. Toss-up question number 8, good find. Which 1922 finding in Egypt was hailed at the time as the greatest archaeological discovery of all time?
Minden, number 3.
King Tut's tomb.
That is correct. Bonus for Minden, integers. If x plus x equals y, and x squared also equals y, then what are the only positive integers that can be x and y?
No, 2 and 4. 2 and 4. Okay, I think that's right.
2 and 4.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 9, heavenly bodies. 2 heavenly bodies have resonant orbits. One circles the sun twice in the time it takes the other to orbit 3 times. They never collide, while they regularly switch their positions in the outer solar system. Name both.
McCook, number 2.
Neptune and Pluto.
That is correct. Bonus for McCook, shining bright. At some 650 light years away, it's actually a 3-star system and includes the nearest Cepheid variable star. This yellow supergiant is the brightest star in the Little Dipper. Name it.
Repeat.
At some 650 light years away, it's actually a 3-star system and includes the nearest Cepheid variable star. This yellow,
Sirius.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is Polaris. Toss-up question number 10, small animals. Like deer, the males are called bucks, the females does, and the...
McCook, number 6.
Rabbit.
That is correct. Bonus for McCook. Winter fun. This state is a mecca for skiers and snowboarders, with 13 major resorts less than an hour's drive from its major airport. Name this state, whose resorts include Deer Valley, Snowbird, Alta, and Park City.
Colorado.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is Utah. That concludes this round.
Good game, guys.
And so McCook is victorious in that first round, 60-15. So each of those teams will have that number factored into their seeding later on. So we move forward to Ainsworth and Gothenburg. They are set to come up next. I was talking before we started that last round about how they determined the pools this year. It was based off of how they finished last year. Going into that matchup, Minden was the 1A. They got first place in the Southwest Conference last year, and McCook got 8th place. So things flipped around that time around as McCook won and Minden had lost. So 8th place from last year defeats first place from last year as we move forward to Ainsworth and Gothenburg. This one was scheduled for 11:15, so we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so that's good. And looks like Ainsworth is going to be on your left, and Gothenburg is going to be on your right. So we'll listen in.
Ready? Toss-up question number 1. The ears have it. In their habitat, they seldom reach 10 years of age. Their natural prey, the snowshoe hare, has 10-year boom and bust cycles. So most of these felines starve to death when the hare population declines. What is this bobcat relative with unique ear tufts?
Ainsworth, number 3.
Lynx.
That is correct. Bonus for Ainsworth. Not your fanny. The answer is not gluteus maximus, but what muscle is the human body's largest when you consider all 4 of its heads?
Quadriceps.
That is correct.
Mike, just a minute.
Gothenburg, can you
Gothenburg
put
needs to
your
move your
buzzers?
buzzers up. I
You know you
cannot.
have to leave.
Yeah,
You can't.
sorry.
A little farther,
4,
too.
number 2 and 4.
Yep.
There we go. 2. Scoot yourself away. Thank you. Okay.
Good.
Toss-up question number 2. Voting at the same time. This day in 2012 had substantially less impact than in 2008 due to the fact that only 10 states participated compared to 24, while the Democratic Party went uncontested. What expression indicates the day early in a presidential election year when the most states are voting at the same time? The correct answer is Super Tuesday. Toss-up question number 3. Toss-up question number 3, Nobel Peace Prize winners. When South Africans in 2004 voted on a list of the greatest citizens of their nation,
Gothenburg, number 6.
Nelson Mandela.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. When South Africans in 2004 voted on a list of the greatest citizens of their nation, 3 Nobel Peace Prize winners were in the top 10. Name any 2 of them. Okay, the correct answer, any 2 of these, William D. Clerk, Nelson Mandela, Desmond Tutu. Toss-up question number 4. In the Mediterranean. In antiquity, every educated person in the Mediterranean area spoke Greek. Today, that language is officially spoken in only 2 countries, one of which is, of course, Greece. Name the other country, an ethnically and linguistically divided island.
Ainsworth, number 4.
Cyprus.
That is correct. Bonus for Ainsworth, a great snack. The original dish with this name uses Emmentaler and Gruyere cheeses, but the same is now used for any dish, even chocolate, in which food is dipped into a hot semi-liquid. What is it?
Fondue.
That is correct. Is that microphone on?
No.
Oh.
It's for the station.
Oh, it's, okay.
Oh, somebody probably just heard that, but never mind.
Toss-up question number 5. Presidents. He had great mentors and proteges. He served with the 3rd Virginia Infantry under George Washington and then studied law under Thomas Jefferson. As president, he had John C. Calhoun and John Quincy Adams in his top 2 cabinet posts. Who was he?
Gothenburg, number 6.
James Madison.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question for Ainsworth. He had great mentors and proteges. He served with the 3rd Virginia Infantry under George Washington and then studied law under Thomas Jefferson. As president, he had John C. Calhoun and John Quincy Adams in his top 2 cabinet posts. Who was he?
Got Ainsworth, number 2.
Monroe.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ainsworth. Outlaws. The Wild Bunch was also known as what gang?
Repeat.
The Wild Bunch was also known as what gang?
The Kid Gang.
No, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is the Hole in the Wall gang. Toss-up question number 6, Sedition Acts. The Sedition Act of 1798 and the Sedition Act of 1918 were quickly repealed by the U.S. Congress. The Supreme Court, therefore, never got to rule on the constitutionality of those controversial acts that were pushed through by what 2 presidents?
Gothenburg, number 6.
John Adams and Thomas Jefferson.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. The Sedition Act of 1798 and the Sedition Act of 1918 were quickly repealed by the U.S. Congress. The Supreme Court, therefore, never got to rule on the constitutionality of those controversial acts that were pushed through by what 2 presidents?
Ainsworth, number 1.
Richard Nixon and John Adams.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect also. The correct answer is John Adams and Woodrow Wilson. Toss-up question number 7, his wife. Born a Spanish princess in 1485, her first husband, the King of England, left her a widow at a young age. His brother then married her when he became the king. That king divorced her when she did not have a healthy mind.
I can't. It must be. Okay. Gothenburg, number 3.
Isabella.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Born a Spanish princess in 1485, her first husband, the King of England, left her a widow at a young age. His brother then married her when he became the king. That king divorced her when she did not have a healthy male child.
Ainsworth, number 3.
Catherine of Aragon.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ainsworth. Starchy substances. The most common natural polymer on Earth. It can't be digested by humans and most other mammals, but termites can digest it. What is this starchy substance that makes up the second cell wall of trees and certain other plants that is used as a food additive?
Cellulose.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 8. Famous writings. This is a direct quote. Political power is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. This is a quote from a book that was part of a revolution leading to a new type of government in many nations such as Russia. Name it.
Ainsworth, number 4.
Communist.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
Just a minute, Mike. Number, okay, now they've got him up there.
Did you buzz in?
Okay, Gothenburg, number 3.
The Communist Manifesto.
That is correct. Bonus question for Gothenburg. Censure. The only president ever to be censured by the Senate was Andrew Jackson in 1834. What perennial presidential hopeful introduced that measure to censure President Jackson?
Please repeat.
The only president ever to be censured by the Senate was Andrew Jackson in 1834. What perennial presidential hopeful introduced that measure to censure President Jackson?
Henry Clay.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 9. Independence. The Canana River defines its northern border with Angola, and the Orange River marks its south, while its eastern border with Botswana is in the Kalahari. Name this country that became independent from South Africa in 1990.
Ainsworth, number 1.
Lesotho.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. The Canana River defines its northern border with Angola, and the Orange River marks its south, while its eastern border with Botswana is in the Kalahari. Name,
Gothenburg, number 4.
Mozambique.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is the Republic of Namibia. Toss-up question number 10, icons. The cover of the May 29th, 1943 Saturday Evening Post displays Norman Rockwell's painting of what person with her muscular arms backed by the stars and stripes?
Ainsworth, number 2.
Rosie the Riveter.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ainsworth. Coaches. Name any 2 of the 3 college basketball teams that Bobby Knight coached.
Duke and Notre Dame.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Correct answer, Texas Tech, Indiana, or West Point.
That's it.
That concludes the round.
No, we have to read all 10.
Yes.
That was question number 10.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at
There's extras. Yeah.
sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ainsworth gets the victory in that matchup, 55-15. So each of those teams will have those point totals go towards their seeding later on in the Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl. So congratulations to Ainsworth. They will enjoy that victory for a little bit, but get ready for another matchup just 3 matchups from now. Now we go to Valentine and Broken Bow. Valentine last year got 6th place, Broken Bow 4th place, so that gives you an idea of why that matchup is that way. Our first matchup was 1st place from last year versus 8th. That last matchup between Ainsworth and Gothenburg was 2nd and 7th, and now we go to Valentine and Broken Bow, which is 6th and 4th. So we'll listen in as they get ready to compete.
Something to
4 and
second.
5. Can you move
Yeah,
yours up just a little bit so she can see the lights?
thank you. Thank you. I think we're okay now. There we go.
Okay, toss-up question number 1. Rivers. Montreal is adjacent to what river?
Broken Bow number 1.
The St. Lawrence River?
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow. Who belts it out? Who sings these lyrics in the Lerner and Lowe show Camelot? The soul of a knight should be a thing remarkable, his heart and his mind as pure as morning dew, with a will and a self-restraint that's the envy of every saint.
Repeat.
Who sings these lyrics in the Lerner and Lowe show Camelot? The soul of a knight should be a thing remarkable, his heart and his mind as pure as morning dew, with a will and a self-restraint that's the envy.
King Arthur?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is Lancelot. Toss-up question number 2. Which nation? For the first couple of years of the Civil War, the Confederacy bought most of its ships from which nation?
Broken Bow number 6.
France.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. For the first couple of years of the Civil War, the Confederacy bought most of its ships from which nation?
Valentine number 1.
Spain?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect as well. The correct answer is the United Kingdom or England. Toss-up question number 3. Specialists. What part of the body does a nephrologist?
Broken Bow number 2.
The kidneys?
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow, digits. The first 144 decimal digits after the decimal point of pi add up to this number, which is also the sum of the squares of the first 7 prime numbers. What is this triple-digit number that many consider to be ominous?
Repeat 666. 666.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 4. Conic sections. If a projectile is fired at its escape velocity in any direction but straight up, its trajectory will trace what conic section?
Broken Bow number 3.
A parabola?
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow. Famous lines. Excuse me. In Romeo and Juliet, what line comes right before deny thy father and refuse thy name?
Repeat.
No hint, sir.
The correct answer is wherefore art thou Romeo? Toss-up question number 5. Positions. What position did John McCormick hold in 1963-64 when the U.S. was without a vice president, meaning he would have become president if Lyndon Johnson had died?
Broken Bow number 3.
Speaker of the House?
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow. Names. What 3-word name is given to the vertical line that passes through the vertex of the parabola y equals ax squared plus bx plus c?
Repeat.
What 3-word name is given to the vertical line that passes through the vertex of the parabola y equals ax squared plus bx plus c?
Axis of symmetry?
That is correct. Toss-up question number 6. Crops. In the Song of Hiawatha, Mondomen is the Chippewa spirit of which crop, with his plumes and tassels?
Broken Bow number 1.
Corn?
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow. Tests. The Greek for to know gives us our word for a type of test you may run on your computer. Give me this 10-letter adjective starting with D.
Diagnostic?
That is correct. Toss-up question number 7. Medical terminology. The prefix onco, as used in words like oncology, means?
Broken Bow number 2.
Cancer?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. The prefix onco, as used in words like oncology, means what?
Valentine, number 3.
Tumor.
That is correct. Bonus question for Valentine, female singers. This black, American-born singer was widely received in Paris and became an overnight sensation in the 1930s. She served France during World War II, performing for the troops and smuggling secret notes on her music sheets. Then she was awarded the Medal of Resistance after the war ended. Who was this woman who also spoke at the March on Washington at the invitation of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr.?
No answer.
The correct answer is Josephine Baker. Toss-up question number 8, strong characters. The author's plan was to have this character never marry and be a strong, independent woman. But at the time, the publisher wouldn't hear of it. Which of the Little Women?
Broken Bow, number 2.
Joe.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow, monarchs. The high period of the French Rococo style is also named for this monarch whose reign extended 2 decades after Rococo fell out of fashion around 1750. Name the monarch.
Repeat.
The high period of the French Rococo style is also named for this monarch whose reign extended 2 decades after Rococo fell out of fashion around 1750. Name the monarch.
Louis the Fourth.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. It was Louis the 15th. Toss-up question number 9, planets. In 1966, it became the first planet to be touched by a man-made object. Name it.
Valentine, number 3.
Mars.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. In 1966, it became the first planet to be touched by a man-made object. Name it.
Broken Bow, number 6.
Venus.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow, brothers. 2 non-canonical books are attributed to this ancestor of both the Arabs and the Jews. Name this older brother of Ham.
Repeat.
2 non-canonical books are attributed to this ancestor of both the Arabs and the Jews. Name this older brother of Ham.
Shan.
Repeat, please.
Shan.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 10. Tax type. Often used to pay for public education, it's levied at the local or state level. Name this tax that's based on the value of your home.
Broken Bow, number 2.
Property tax.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow, machines and programs. As an agricultural machine, it performs both harvesting and threshing. That's why it was chosen to name an invitation-only NFL draft scouting program. What's it called?
Combine.
That is correct. That concludes the round.
So Broken Bow with a convincing win, 90-5 over Valentine. So Broken Bow takes the lead as far as points go so far. And you kind of look at the way things have panned out so far. McCook had 60 points, Ainsworth with 55, Minden and Gothenburg with 15 each, and then Valentine with 5 points. So that's kind of a look at where we sit with points so far. And now we'll have our next 2 teams come up to the stage. It looks like we're going to have Ogallala and Cozad coming to the stage. This will be match 4 of 20 on the day. Again, 12 of these matches, the first 12 are the predetermined matchups based off of where they finished last year. These 2 teams last year, Ogallala was 5th and Cozad finished 3rd.
I'm saying that as much for myself as anyone else.
Yeah, 2 over there.
Number 4, could you move your buzzer up a little bit? Perfect.
Two and one. I can't see either one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you see 3?
I can see 3 a little bit more. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Toss-up question number 4, monetary approaches. Which monetary approach, opposed by the advocates of bimetallism, pegs the value of currency to a specific precious metal?
Cozad, number 5.
Gold standard.
That is correct. Bonus question for Cozad. Nixon. Talking to reporters in Orlando, President Nixon uttered what phrase protesting his innocence in Watergate?
I am not a crook.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 2, rate. The rate at which a given torque will alter a skater's spin is inversely proportional to what quantity, calculated by considering the distribution of the skater's mass relative to the axis of rotation?
Cozad, number 3.
Center of inertia. Yeah. I lost it.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. The rate at which a given torque will alter a skater's spin is inversely proportional to what quantity, calculated by considering the distribution of the skater's mass relative to the axis of rotation?
Ogallala, number 3.
Center of gravity.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer, moment of inertia, or angular mass, or mass of moment of inertia. Toss-up question number 3, Bombay. Long-standing tension among native and English speakers led to the division of the state of Bombay into Gujarat and Maharashtra, and the renaming of the city of Bombay to what? The correct answer is Mumbai. Toss-up question number 4, who said it? This is a direct quote. As soon as I came to the seashore, I was surprised to see that I had taken up my lot on the worst side of the island, for here indeed the shore was covered with innumerable turtles, whereas on the other side I had found but 3 in a year and a half.
Ogallala, number 3.
Charles Darwin.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Who said it? As soon as I came to the seashore, I was surprised to see that I had taken up my lot on the worst side of the island, for here indeed the shore was covered with innumerable turtles, whereas on the other side I had found but 3 in a year and a half.
Cozad, number 5.
Thomas Malthus.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Robinson Crusoe. Toss-up question number 5, abbreviations. When a scientific paper has more than 2 authors, the primary author can be named, followed by which?
Ogallala, number 3.
Et al.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ogallala, gravitational pull. Identify the planet that actually has tides of solid rock on its surface due to the sun's extremely strong gravitational pull.
Please repeat.
Identify the planet that actually has tides of solid rock on its surface due to the sun's extremely strong gravitational pull.
Mercury.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 6, angles. Subtract the complement of an 82-degree angle from the supplement of a 160-degree angle. What's the difference?
Ogallala, number 3.
12.
That is correct. Bonus question, the Earth. During the 18th and 19th centuries, almost every region on Earth saw population increases of at least 50%. 4 modern-day countries had gains of over 1,000% during those 2 centuries. Brazil was one. The other 3 were English-speaking countries. Name any of them.
Please repeat.
During the 18th and 19th centuries, almost every region on Earth saw population increases of at least 50%. 4 modern-day countries had gains of over 1,000% during those 2 centuries. Brazil was one, the other 3.
The United States.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 7, glands. It's bigger in women than in men, largest of all in women who've had children. Its overfunction can cause giantism.
Cozad, number 3.
Thyroid.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. It's bigger in women than in men, largest of all in women who've had children. Its overfunction can cause giantism, while its underfunction can cause dwarfism. Name this pea-sized gland in the brain.
Ogallala, number 3.
The pituitary gland.
That is correct. Bonus question, value. For what value of x is the function x squared minus 25 over x minus 4 undefined?
Please repeat.
For what value of x is the function x squared minus 25 over x minus 4 undefined?
4.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 8, explorers. Darien in Panama is the oldest continuous European settlement on the American mainland. Which explorer founded it?
Ogallala, number 3.
Ferdinand Magellan.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Darien in Panama is the oldest continuous European settlement on the American mainland. Which explorer founded it?
Cozad, number 3.
Vespucci.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Balboa. Toss-up question number 9, retail businesses. A 2006 book by Business Week writer Anthony Bianco calls what very large company the bully of Bentonville?
Cozad, number 4.
Walmart.
That is correct. Toss-up question from Cozad. Cost. You pay $3.20 for a gallon of gas. Your Toyota Prius gets 40 miles to the gallon. What is your per mile cost of gas?
Repeat.
You pay $3.20 for a gallon of gas. Your Toyota Prius gets 40 miles to the gallon. What is your per mile cost of gas?
80 cents.
I'm sorry, repeat.
8 cents.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 10. How many? A dealer bought some bicycles for $4,500. He sold them for $6,500, making $50 on each bicycle. How many bikes were there?
Cozad, number 3.
40.
That is correct. Bonus for Cozad, bones. Otosclerosis is a surgically curable form of deafness. The usual procedure is to implant a tiny plastic or metal piston between the 2 innermost ossicles in the inner ear. Name those 2 tiny bones that are just inside the malleus bone.
Anvil and cochlea. Sorry.
Can you repeat that?
Anvil and cochlea.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is anvil and stirrup.
Okay.
That concludes this round.
Ogallala, just stay there.
All right, so as you can see on your screen, Ogallala wins that one 45-35. That one ended up being pretty close there at the end. Kozak got a few difficult math questions right to make that close at the end. So Ogallala the victory, 45-35, and Ogallala is going to stay on the stage as Ainsworth will come up to the stage and play them now as we make our way further into these 12 predetermined matches based off of last year's standings. Ogallala was 5th last year. Ainsworth was 2nd last year. So that will be our next matchup, Ainsworth and Ogallala. That will be match number 5 of 12 before they seed everything out.
You're right. Fair enough.
Toss-up question number 1, terminology. What term, beginning with the letter C, designates a person who preserves, reconditions, and restores works of art?
Ainsworth, number 6.
Curator?
That is incorrect, sorry. Terminology. What term begins with the letter C, beginning with the letter C, designates a person who preserves, reconditions, and restores works of art?
Ogallala, number 3. Thank you.
Curatist?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect as well. The correct answer is conservationist or conservator. Toss-up question number 2, countries. You are in Iran and wish to travel by land through a single nation to reach your destination. Through which country would you travel to reach Jordan?
Ainsworth, number 2.
Israel.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. You are in Iran and wish to travel by land through a single nation to reach your destination. Through which country would you travel to reach Jordan?
Ogallala, number 1.
Iraq?
That is correct. Bonus question for Ogallala. Queens. In Revelation chapter 2, she is accused of leading the church into temptation. In 1 Kings, she is condemned for leading her husband into temptation. Name this queen.
Please repeat.
In Revelation chapter 2, she is accused of leading the church into temptation. In 1 Kings, she is condemned for leading her husband into temptation. Name this queen.
Bathsheba.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is Jezebel. Toss-up question number 3, seas. The Gulfs of Thailand and Tonkin are arms of what sea situated between the Asian mainland, the Philippines, and Indonesia?
Ainsworth, number 4.
South China Sea.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ainsworth, domes. Many of the world's great mosques have impressive domes. The first domed mosque was built in 691 on the spot where Muhammad is thought to have ascended to heaven. That mosque is in Jerusalem. What is it called?
Dome on a rock.
Pardon?
Dome on a rock.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is the Dome of the Rock. Toss-up question number 4, instruments. In Peter and the Wolf, the hunter is represented by what pitched percussion instruments?
Ogallala, number 4.
The timpani.
That is correct. Nice. Bonus question for Ogallala. Presidents. Name the only former citizen of the Confederacy to become U.S. president. He was only 5 years old when the South won its first big victory at Bull Run. Who was this Virginia-born president?
Please repeat.
Named the only former citizen of the Confederacy to become U.S. president. He was only 5 years old when the South won its first big victory at Bull Run. Who was this Virginia-born president?
Warren Harding.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is Woodrow Wilson. Toss-up question number 5. More than one meaning. Used in traffic engineering, this word is also used in government to identify what a legislator does when he briefly gives up the floor during debate to permit another legislator to ask a question. What verb am I talking about?
Ainsworth, number 3.
Yield.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ainsworth. Current. Consider a 60-watt motor hooked to a 15-volt power supply. How much current is traveling through the motor?
Repeat.
Consider a 60-watt motor hooked to a 15-volt power supply. How much current is traveling through the motor?
$15 volts.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is 4 amps. Toss-up question number 6. Codes. Most of the 2-letter internet address codes assigned to countries, such as FR for France or ES for Spain, have no commercial value. 2 nations, however, have struck it rich, selling the use of their coveted domain code. One is Tuvalu, which sold TV to television stations. The other has sold it the code CO, which belongs to which South American country?
Ogallala, number 5.
Columbia.
That is correct. Bonus question, long words. What's the longest word in the text of the Pledge of Allegiance? Hint, it means not separable.
Indivisible.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 7, birds. It was the common name for the now extinct great auk of the North Atlantic. Not until the 19th century was it applied to very different birds at the opposite end of the earth. Name this bird.
Ogallala, number 3.
The dodo.
Sorry, that's incorrect. It was the common name for the now extinct great auk of the North Atlantic. Not until the 19th century was it applied to very different birds at the opposite end of the earth. Name this bird.
Ainsworth, number 3.
Penguins.
That is correct. Bonus question, calculus. In calculus, what word designates a curve and the line whose slope equals the derivative of the curve at the point they intersect?
Please repeat.
In calculus, what word designates a curve and the line whose slope equals the derivative of the curve at the point they intersect?
Tangential.
Yeah.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 8, aircraft. Along with its sister ship, the Graf Zeppelin, it was the largest aircraft by length and volume ever flown. It made 34 transatlantic,
Ogallala, number 3.
The Heisenberg.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Along with its sister ship, the Graf Zeppelin, it was the largest aircraft by length and volume ever flown. It made 34 transatlantic flights in 1936. It was supposed to have been filled with helium, but due to a U.S. embargo,
Ainsworth, number 3.
The Hindenburg.
that is correct. Bonus question, epics. Plutarch writes that Alexander the Great used the most valuable artifact he plundered from the Persians, a jewel-encrusted casket, to carry around a single literary work. Name this epic about the wrath of Achilles.
Please repeat.
Plutarch writes that Alexander the Great used the most valuable artifact he plundered from the Persians a jewel-encrusted casket to carry around a single literary work?
The Tragedy of Achilles.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is the Iliad. Toss-up question number 9, basic unit of measure. Electromotive force is energy output per unit of charge put in. Identify its basic unit of measure.
Ainsworth, number 5.
Joules.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Electromotive force is energy output per unit of charge put in. Identify its basic unit of measure.
Ogallala, number 3.
The Newton.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is volt. Toss-up question number 10, mass. To the nearest whole number, what one-digit number represents the ratio of the mass of oxygen in water to the mass of hydrogen in water?
Ainsworth, number 6.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ainsworth. Countries. Latitude 45 degrees south is south of South Africa. Name any 2 of the 3 countries through which it passes.
Argentina and Australia.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Correct answer, Argentina, Chile, or New Zealand. That concludes the round.
Okay, so Ainsworth gets the victory over Ogallala, 35-25, but each of those teams will have those point totals working for them later on in the day. But we do have plenty more matches that are predetermined based off of last year's standings that we will play. Again, we're in pool play still. They do 10 questions. They play to the very end. There's no mercy rule. That's because those points come into play later on in their seeding when we get into the bracket for this year. So it all leads into one thing, but they have to find a way to seed them, and that's what these kind of pool play games are about. So looks like we've got Kozad that's going to be there on the right-hand side, and Gothenburg will be on the left. And as they step up there and get ready, we'll get ready to go.
15. So
And just to mention that tapping noise that you're hearing in the microphones, that's not our microphones. We've checked into that, and we believe it's somebody that drums their fingers next to the microphone. So not really anything we can do about that, but we just hope that maybe the drumming subsides. So let's tune in.
toss-up question number 1, novels. Lucy, Edmund, and their cousin Eustace accompany King Caspian to look for his father's friends in which Chronicles of Narnia novel?
Kozad, number 3.
The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Lucy, Edmund, and their cousin Eustace accompany King Caspian to look for his father's friends in which Chronicles of Narnia novel?
Gothenburg, number 3.
The Return to Narnia.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is The Voyage of the Dawn Treader. Toss-up question number 2, just keep swimming. Match these swimming strokes, butterfly, side, breast, with their proper kicks, frog, dolphin, scissors.
Kozak, number 3.
Dolphin, flutter, frog.
No, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer, match. Thank you. I'll repeat the question. Thanks, guys. Match these swimming strokes, butterfly, side, and breast, with their proper kicks: frog, dolphin, and scissors.
Gothenburg, number 3.
Butterfly, scissors, side, frog, breast, dolphin.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Butterfly, dolphin, side, scissors, breast, frog. Toss-up question number 3, circuits. Apollo 8 astronauts, Borman, Lavelle, and Anders, were the first men to make what circuit? They made 10 of them. The-
I just said
Nobody buzzed in? The correct answer, lunar orbit. Toss-up question number 4, naval craft. 22% of American servicemen who served on these crafts in World War II lost their lives, by far the highest casualty rate among U.S. combatants. Identify this type of naval craft.
Kozak, number 6.
Battleship?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question.
Gothenburg, number 3.
Submarine?
That is correct. Bonus question for Gothenburg, minor political parties. These organizations seldom win elections, but can draw attention to otherwise ignored issues, serve as spoilers in close elections, and can be joined by voters as a way to protest. What phrase, including an ordinal number, is used for these minor political parties that are not one of the two major parties?
Please repeat the third part.
These organizations seldom win elections, but can draw attention to otherwise ignored issues, such as spoilers in close elections, spoilers, and can be joined by voters as a way to protest.
Third party?
That is correct. Toss-up question number 5. Escape from slavery. Eliza made her desperate retreat across the river just in the dusk of twilight. The gray mist of evening, rising slowly from the river, enveloped her as she disappeared up the bank, and the swollen current and floundering masses of ice presented a hopeless barrier between her and her pursuer. This is the first part of the 8th chapter of which book in which Eliza is making her escape from slavery? The correct answer, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Toss-up question number 6, mythology. Apollo fell in love with this human and gave her the gift of prophecy. But when she refused his affection, Apollo punished her by ordering that no one ever believe her prophecies again. Who was she?
Kozak, number 2.
Delphi?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Apollo fell in love with this human and gave her the gift of prophecy. But when she refused his affection, Apollo punished her by ordering that no one ever believe her prophecies again. Who was she?
Gothenburg, number 6.
Persephone?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Cassandra. Toss-up question number 7. Instruments. It compares the wavelengths of outgoing and incoming waves to find the direction in which a storm is heading. Name this meteorological instrument.
Gothenburg, number 2.
Seismograph?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. It compares the wavelengths of outgoing and incoming waves to find the direction in which a storm is heading. Name this meteorological instrument. The correct answer is Doppler radar. Toss-up question number 8. The player becomes the coach. He played for the Atlanta Braves, Cincinnati Reds, San Francisco Giants, and New York Yankees. While that's quite a major league career, he's also played for the Atlanta Falcons, San Francisco 49ers, Dallas Cowboys, Washington Redskins, and then for the Baltimore Ravens. Who is this former player who now coaches at Jackson State?
Cozad, number 1.
Terrell Owens.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. He played for the Atlanta Braves, Cincinnati Reds, San Francisco Giants, and New York Yankees. While that's quite the major league career, he's also played for the Atlanta Falcons, San Francisco 49ers, Dallas Cowboys, Washington Redskins, and then for the Baltimore Ravens.
Gothenburg, number 1.
Drake Pauls.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer, Deion Sanders. Toss-up question number 9, music. Ole Miss's Center for the Study of Southern Culture puts out a magazine on which form of American music?
Cozad, number 3.
Jazz.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Ole Miss's Center for the Study of Southern Culture puts out a magazine on which form of American music?
Gothenburg, number 3.
Country.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is the blues. Toss-up question number 10, famous Americans. Though he ended his long life as an abolitionist, he had owned slaves for 3 decades, sold them at his store in Philadelphia, and advertised them in the Pennsylvania Gazette, which he owned. Who was this American Renaissance man?
Gothenburg, number 3.
Ben Franklin.
That is correct. Bonus question for Gothenburg, countries. Fur trapping used to be a big industry in this country, which now exports a lot of wheat and is the world's largest producer of newsprint. Name it.
Canada.
That is correct. That concludes the round.
So it is a 30-0 victory for Gothenburg in our 6th matchup of 12 here that will be involved in the pool play. So mark them down for an additional 30 points. You add that to their 15 before, and they have 45 total points. As we work our way towards getting more of these teams in with 2 matchups on the board, we'll be able to give you their point totals going into their final match here of pool play. But we have to do 2 more matches before we are able to do that, I believe. Actually 3, because that would allow us to have Minden play twice. So that would give us a good total to look at so that we know where we're sitting point-wise. Right now, Broken Bow in the lead as far as points go, even with a few teams competing 2 times to add to their point totals. Broken Bow had that very strong showing against Valentine and was able to get 90 points there. So in just that one match, they had more points than any other team, even teams that have 2 matches to this point. Again, we just wrapped up match number 6 between Gothenburg and Cozad. So we'll be headed to match number 7 next. That will be between Minden and Valentine. Minden and Valentine did have a lunch break that was being allotted to them from 11:45 until 12:30. That was something that is worked into the schedule. But because they are running ahead of schedule, it's just a little bit after noon right now. My guess is that they would continue to take this break and wait for those teams to get back, obviously, because they can't compete without them. So when they get back, we'll continue on. We'll have 2 more matches in the A pool. Again, those pools are based off of the standings from last year. And that next matchup will be Minden and Valentine. And Minden last year, again, was your SWC champion. Valentine placed 6th last year. So Minden with the 1A seeding and Valentine with the 3A seeding. But again, all of the A teams from last year in the pool, Minden, Broken Bow, and McCook, as well as Valentine, they are all at their lunch break, which they are given until 12:30. So right here, we're just going to go ahead and take a break, and when we come back, we'll have more action for you. Again, the matches coming up, we're 6 matches through our 12 that are needed in order to determine these pools for the consolation and championship brackets, and then we'll get into actually figuring out how things are going to fall as far as the championship this year. It all leads into that, but right now, being in pool play, these teams are just accumulating points so that they can see where they are going to be seeded to be able to move forward. So obviously want to get as many points as you can. Victories are important as well, but maybe not as important as the points. So a few of these teams that are getting a lot of points in these rounds are sitting pretty good. Broken Bow sitting in the best position right now. They had 90 points in 1 matchup against Valentine, and they've got 2 matches coming up back-to-back pretty soon. Another good total is McCook. They have 60, and with 2 matchups, Ogallala has been able to accumulate 70 points. So we'll keep you updated on those points as we work our way through these matches. But again, we're 6 matches through these 12, and the next few matches are going to look like this. Minden and Valentine coming up next. Then it will be McCook and Broken Bow. Then Minden comes back to the stage to take on Broken Bow. Then Ainsworth, Cozad, McCook, and Valentine. And then we round things out with that pool play between Gothenburg and Ogallala. So those are the 6 matches coming up. And after we wrap up pool play, we move to tournament play. That is the official quote-unquote start to the tournament. That gets us closer to determining our champion this year. That format will be 10 questions, and those games will end with an apparent winner. There will be a mercy rule, and we might not see that situation all that much in the earlier rounds, but it's possible that we do, and they integrate that because at that point, the wins matter more than the points. Right now in pool play, the points, you could argue, matter a little bit more than the wins. But again, we'll step away for just a moment, and we'll come back when Minden and Valentine make their way to the stage for our next piece of competition. Welcome back, everyone. Maybe you were enjoying lunch yourselves. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're about to get back to things with Minden and Valentine. This is match number 7 of 20. Again, we're still in pool play matches. Thanks for tuning in here on our streaming platforms. Make sure to share with someone that you think would also like to watch. Let's get back to it.
Nobody needs you discriminating.
I'm ready.
I also support no candidate.
Shut up.
Toss-up question number 1. Time signature. Identify the time signature of the folk song Waltzing Matilda.
Minden, number 4.
6-8.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Identify the time signature of the folk song Waltzing Matilda.
Valentine, number 6.
3-4.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is 4-4. Toss-up question number 2, snakes. The horned rattlesnake of the American Southwest is known by what other name related to its curious lateral method of locomotion?
Minden, number 6. Sidewinder.
That is correct. Bonus question for Minden, borders. China and North Korea border Asian Russia, and so do 2 former communist nations. Name either one of them.
Repeat.
China and North Korea border Asian Russia, and so do 2 former communist nations. Name either one of them.
Mongolia and Kazakhstan.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 3, going home. After the Trojan War, Menelaus found out he couldn't get home to Sparta until he had made ceremonial offerings to the gods and then sailed down what river from Egypt to the Mediterranean?
Valentine, number 6.
The Nile.
That is correct. Bonus question for Valentine. Sums. What does this infinite series sum up to? 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8 plus 1/16, etc.
One.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 4. Which animal? The NFL uses over 20,000 footballs every season. They are called pigskins, but no pigs are used to make them. What animal skin is used?
Minden, number 3.
Cow.
That is correct. Bonus question for Minden. Nations. 11 of Africa's 12 largest publicly traded corporations are headquartered in what single nation? 11 of Africa's 12 largest publicly traded corporations are headquartered in what single nation?
Egypt.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is South Africa. Toss-up question number 5, planets. Galileo's observations of the phases of which planet?
Minden, number 5.
Jupiter.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Galileo's observations of the phases of which planet expressly contradicted Ptolemy's geocentric theory and were more significant in the history of astronomy than his Jupiter observations?
Valentine, number 1.
Neptune.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer was Venus. Toss-up question number 6, spelling. Spell the 5-syllable adjective defined as not submissive to correction and incapable of being reformed. The word is incorrigible.
Let's see. Oh, Minden, number 2.
INCORRIDGEABLE.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Spell the 5-syllable adjective defined as not submissive to correction and incapable of being reformed. The word is incorrigible.
Valentine, number 3.
INCORRIGABLE.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is INCORRIGIBLE. Toss-up question number 7. Saving your website and other things. It is any website address saved in a computer file for easy retrieval. Give me this 2-syllable word whose low-tech meaning is something showing you where you left off in reading printed matter.
Valentine, number 5.
Bookmark.
That is correct. Bonus. Ouch, Groucho. Finish this Groucho Marx quip. I never forget a finish this Groucho Marx quip. I never forget a face, but in your case, I'll make an...
Exception.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 8. Engineering marvels. U.S. Route 93 runs between Las Vegas, Nevada, and Kingman, Arizona. Since 9/11, a short section of it has been periodically closed due to security threats to what engineering marvel that it crosses?
Valentine, number 6.
The Hoover Dam.
That is correct. Bonus question for Valentine. Medical words. Venous thrombosis is another term for what?
Blood clot.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 9. Divisions. In 1876, Canadian railway engineer Sanford Fleming came up with the idea for a single 24-hour clock for the world, along with what divisions, each of which spans 15 degrees?
Valentine, number 6.
Time zones.
That is correct.
That's great.
Bonus question for Valentine, nouns with influence. Sociologist Max Weber first used this ancient Greek word for divine favor in the political sense. He defined it as a power to influence others by personal magnetism. What is this 8-letter noun?
Charisma.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 10, famous buildings. Completed in 1929, it's still the largest auditorium in Washington, D.C. It's best known as the venue that was denied to Marian Anderson in 1939. Name this building, built by the Daughters of the American Revolution, which still has its headquarters in it. The correct answer, Constitution Hall. That concludes this round.
So congratulations to Valentine. They get the victory over Minden by a score of 60-20. So you add that to Valentine's score from earlier today. Their 2-round score is a total of 65. Minden adds 20 points to their earlier round of 15 to get 35 points. So you look right now at the teams that have 2 matches under their belt. Broken Bow does not have 2 yet. Ainsworth has 90 points, Ogallala with 70, 65 for Valentine, and Minden with 35. But Broken Bow kind of opens your eyes. They had a 1-round score of 90, which still equals the top 2-score team at this point. Right now on the stage, we have McCook on the left and Broken Bow on the right.
Toss-up question number 1. One word says it all. Which word designates all of the following? That part of a parachute that opens up, the transparent hood over an airplane's cockpit, and the drapery over a bed or throne.
Broken Bow number 1.
Canopy.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow, punctuation marks. When this word entered English in the 1500s, it meant a phrase that an actor could speak in one short breath. Only later did it come to name a punctuation mark to set off such a phrase. What is it? When this word entered English in the 1500s, it meant a phrase that an actor could speak in one short breath. Only later did it...
Exclamation.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Correct answer is comma. Toss-up question number 2, initials. In the NCAA and the NFL, the head referee is assisted by 6 other officials. Which official wears the initials FJ?
Broken Bow number 4.
The field judge?
That is correct. Bonus question. It doesn't work that way. What commodity did Spain's King Philip II naively believe would forever keep flowing into his country during its powerful economic reign in the 16th century?
Gold.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 3, reactions. In an oxidation-reduction reaction, iron oxide and carbon monoxide react to form what metal and what gas?
Broken Bow number 4.
Iron and ozone?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. In an oxidation-reduction reaction, iron oxide and carbon monoxide react to form what metal and what gas?
McCook, number 5.
Steel and oxygen gas.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer, iron and carbon dioxide. Toss-up question number 4. Which lake? Niagara Falls receives upriver about 1 to 2 feet each year. In 35,000 years, the falls will have moved far enough to run into which of the Great Lakes?
Broken Bow, number 6.
Lake Superior.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Niagara Falls recedes upriver about 1 to 2 feet each year. In 35,000 years, the falls will have moved far enough to run into which of the Great Lakes?
McCook, number 2.
Lake Erie.
That is correct. Bonus question for McCook. Discoveries. In 1985, what was found in 2 pieces at 41 degrees, 43 minutes north, 49 degrees, 56 minutes west, about 13,000 feet deep?
The Titanic.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 5, the same number. It is the only number that is both the perimeter and the area of the same square. This 2-digit number is both a square number and a 4th power number. What is it?
McCook, number 6.
64.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
Broken Bow, number 4.
16.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow, languages. Invented in 1991, this programming language is generally platform independent and runs on applications, applets, or servlets. What is this language with a 4-letter name?
Java?
That is correct. Toss-up question number 6. Everybody needs somebody sometime. Name the literary character who might have placed this personal ad. Aristocrat seeks warm-blooded friend, likes long walks at midnight, dislikes water and sunlight.
McCook, number 4.
Dracula.
That is correct. Bonus question for McCook, commission. Consider a standard 6% real estate commission on a $500,000 sale price. The seller's agent gets half of the commission. What is her commission?
$150.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer would be $15,000. Toss-up question number 7, bass clef. On the bass clef, what letter name is given to the space immediately below the last or highest line?
McCook, number 5.
G.
That is correct. Bonus question for McCook, coastal land. This is a high point of land projecting beyond the line of the coast. Give me this 10-letter word starting with P.
Peninsula.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is promontory. Toss-up question number 8, painting tools. To make the charcoal implements used by some artists, small sticks of wood are charred by intense heat in an atmosphere containing very little of what gas?
Broken Bow, number 4.
Oxygen.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow. Moving toward water, or sometimes you just need a drink. Certain roots seem to grow toward water, such as those of a willow tree growing near a stream. What is the term given to this phenomena?
Hydrophilic?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. No. The correct answer was hydrotropism. Toss-up question number 9. Which publisher Mary Baker Eddy launched the Christian Science Monitor in 1908, partly in response to the negative publicity her religion received at the hands of which publisher who now has journalism and literary prizes named after him?
Broken Bow number 5.
Pulitzer.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow. Baltic nations. For several hundred years, this kingdom made up half of a dual monarchy. In the late 18th century, it ceased to exist as an independent state and only regained its independence in 1919, only to lose it again 20 years later. Name this Baltic nation which is south of Latvia and north of Poland. For several hundred years, this kingdom made up half of a dual monarchy. In the late 18th century, it ceased to exist as an independent state and only regained its independence in 1919.
Austria?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Lithuania. Toss-up question number 10. Dwellings. Beavers are capable of building their homes as large as 4 yards high and 7 yards in diameter. The name of these homes is the same as large communal wooden buildings built in nature for human gatherings.
Broken Bow number 6.
Lodge.
That is correct. Bonus question. A writer in his series. 2 answers are required. He began writing this series as a college student in 1970, and its 7th and last volume was published on his 56th birthday in September 2004. In Volume 6, Song of Susanna, he becomes a character in his own fiction, where Roland encourages him to write, despite the threats of death by the Crimson King. Name both the author and the series.
Repeat.
He began writing this series as a college student in 1970, and its 7th and last volume was published on his 56th birthday in September 2004. In Volume 6, Song of Susanna,
Game of Thrones.
sorry, that's incorrect. Correct answer was Stephen King, The Dark Tower. That concludes this round.
Okay, Broken Bow, just stay in Minden.
Broken Bow stay.
Thank you.
I was thinking Lithuania, but I wasn't sure if that was right. Well, I was.
Okay, so Broken Bow victorious 50-25 over McCook. We'll take a look at our 2-round totals here. McCook getting 25 additional points to add to their 60, so that leaves them at 85. And Broken Bow comes out of the 2-round total on top with 140 points. Looking at some of the other points, Gothenburg with 45, Kozad 35, Valentine 65, Ainsworth 90, Minden with 35, and Ogallala with 70. That is after 2 rounds. Right now, up on the stage, we have Minden and Broken Bow.
Rayleigh.
No, I
Scoot
wasn't.
your buzzer, straighten it out. There we go, thank you.
Everybody ready? Toss-up question number 1. Terminology. Which term designates both the central processing unit of a large computer and a powerful computer system to which several terminals are connected?
Broken Bow number 3.
Motherboard?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Which term designates both the central processing unit of a large computer and a powerful computer system to which several terminals are connected?
Minden number 4.
Processor?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is mainframe. Toss-up question number 2, diseases. In Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, None of the family wants to remind Big Daddy of which disease from which he's suffering.
Minden, number 1.
Alzheimer's.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. In Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, none of the family wants to remind Big Daddy of which disease from which he's suffering.
Broken Bow, number 5.
Polio.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is cancer. Toss-up question number 3, where it all starts. Digestion of carbohydrates begins in the mouth. Digestion of proteins begins where?
Broken Bow, number 2.
The stomach.
That is correct. Bonus for Broken Bow, high tide. You must travel to which state in New England to see the highest tides?
Maine.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 4, substances. Frescoes date back to the ancient Greeks. Frescoes are painted on the intonaco, a smooth layer of what mortar-like substance that is sometimes dry but usually wet?
Broken Bow, number 1.
Stucco.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Frescoes date back to the ancient Greeks. Frescoes are painted on the intonaco, a smooth layer of what mortar-like substance that is sometimes dry but usually wet?
Minden, number 6.
Plaster.
That is correct. Bonus, it's all in the name. The large, dark brown cremini mushroom became much more popular when its name was changed to what?
Repeat.
The large, dark brown cremini mushroom became much more popular when its name was changed to what?
Portobello.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 5. Burros, not the four-legged kind. In which one of New York's 5 boroughs will you find the Hall of Fame for Great Americans and the New York Botanical Garden?
Minden, number 3.
Manhattan.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. In which one of New York's 5 boroughs will you find the Hall of Fame for Great Americans and the New York Botanical Garden?
Broken Bow, number 3.
Queens.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is the Bronx. Toss-up question number 6, expressions. This expression was coined in the 1920s by an advertising manager who asserted that a single image was more effective than any well-written copy. Identify this expression.
Broken Bow, number 1.
A picture is worth 1,000 words.
That is correct. Bonus for Broken Bow, Russell Crowe movies. Nominated for his role of economist John Nash in A Beautiful Mind, Russell Crowe won Best Actor for his role of Maximus, the title character of which motion picture?
Repeat.
Nominated for his role of economist John Nash in A Beautiful Mind, Russell Crowe won Best Actor for his role of Maximus, the title character of which motion picture?
Gladiator.
Yes, that is correct. Toss-up question number 7, word combo. The word I'm looking for is a combination of the Greek words for sacred and carve. We are more apt to think of it as little pictures, and we connect it with the Egyptians. What's the word?
Broken Bow, number 3.
Hieroglyphics.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow. A faithful Muslim lives in Somalia and kneels towards Mecca. He would be facing which cardinal direction?
North?
That is correct. Toss-up question number 8. Fun with flags. Cuba's flag is based on both the U.S. flag and the flag of Texas. Which United States territory's flag is identical to the Cuban flag?
Minden, number 3.
Puerto Rico?
That is correct. Bonus question for Minden. Solar discharges. Consisting of light, heat, and cosmic rays, they may last up to an hour. I'm talking about what solar discharges?
Solar flares. Solar flare.
Solar flare?
That is correct. Toss-up question number 9. Ratios. This fact is noted on Archimedes' tombstone. He felt it was his most important discovery. What is the ratio of the volume of a sphere to the smallest cylinder that can be circumscribed around it?
Broken bow, number 3.
4-3.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. This fact is noted on Archimedes' tombstone. He felt it was his most important discovery. What is the ratio of the volume of a sphere to the smallest cylinder that can be circumscribed around it?
Minden, number 4.
3-2.
That is not correct. The correct answer is 2/3. 2-3. Toss-up question number 10. Home away from home. Identify Al Capone's California prison home from August 1934.
Minden, number 4.
Alcatraz.
That is correct. Bonus for Minden. Rivers. Countries in Africa with this river in their names are on the equator.
Repeat.
Countries in Africa with this river in their names are on the equator.
The Niger River?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Congo. That concludes this round. Who do you need next?
Cozad and Ainsworth.
Cozad and Ainsworth are up.
And as you can see, Broken Bow getting the victory 45-35 over Minden. That will be the last match for Broken Bow in pool play. Obviously, I am not Jeremy Shipe. I am Gavin Higgins, stepping into the area for a little while as Jeremy takes a short little break. We'll continue with pool play with Ainsworth and Cozad. That will be the next pairing up here as Broken Bow finishes pool play as they go 3-0. Broken Bow 90 points in their first round, 50 points in their second against McCook, and then finished up right here against Minden with 45. So now Broken Bow will wait as the rest of the pool play will finish up. They will total up their scores, and then from there on they will rank where everyone sits in the pools, and then that will move them into the brackets a little bit later on this afternoon. So at the table right now, Ainsworth and Cozad here on Central Nebraska's news and right now Quiz Bowl source, Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl 2021 on our streaming platforms.
You can really see my scarf.
Toss-up question number 1. Rhyme in the sky. Name the rhyming moons of Saturn and Neptune that are the largest moons of their respective planets. The correct answer, Titan and Triton. Toss-up question number 2, places. After 4 centuries, astronomers have forgiven it for transgressions against their science. Its observatory now attracts top professionals in the field. Name this city-state whose private observatory is in Castel Gandolfo, Italy.
Cozad, number 6.
Vatican.
That is correct. Bonus, continents. Kikuyu, Ashanti, Bantu, Hottentot, Maasai, Bushman, Hutu, Tutsi, and Zulu are all people groups on which continent?
Africa.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 3. Taste test. While the taste of acids is described as sour, the taste of alkalis is described as...
Cozad, number 3.
Bitter.
That is correct. Bonus question for Cozad. Languages. Yiddish is written in Hebrew characters, but bears no linguistic relation to the Hebrew language. Yiddish is derived from which European language?
Latin.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer, German. Toss-up question number 4. Website award winner. In 1999, it was less than a year old, but this website won a PC Magazine award for its PageRank technology.
Cozad, number 2.
Google. Google.
That is correct. Bonus question for Cozad. Feline fine. In the Western Hemisphere, it's the only big cat in the wild that can roar. The number 1 predator of its Central and South American habitat, it hunts by stealth. Name this spotted feline.
A leopard?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is jaguar. Toss-up question number 5, cost. If carpet costs $4 a square yard, what would carpeting a 15-foot by 33-foot room cost?
Ainsworth, number 6.
$200.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. If carpet costs $4 a square yard, what would carpeting a 15-foot by 33-foot room cost?
I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm saying.
Okay, the correct answer was $220. No, you didn't buzz in, did you?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
No.
Toss-up question number 6, multiple meaning. In finance, this word indicates a mutual fund's performance above the return on a risk-free investment. In physics, it designates a helium nucleus omitted during radioactive decay. What word also refers to the highest social class in the novel Brave New World?
Cozad, number 3.
Alpha?
That is correct. Bonus question for Cozad. It sounds good. A percussionist can strike the drums with sticks or mallets, but what works best to achieve that whispery jazz sound?
A brush.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 7, islands. In exchange for about 1,000 POWs, which communist island country received about $50 million from the U.S. in December 1962?
Cozad, number 3.
Vietnam.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect.
Ainsworth, number 3.
Cuba.
That is correct. Toss-up question for Ainsworth. Old pronouns, or excuse me, bonus question, old pronouns. Which old pronoun, common in Old English writing, is sung as the last word of the English version of O Canada?
Please repeat.
Which old pronoun, common in Old English writing, is sung as the last word of the English version of O Canada?
Thou.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is thee. Toss-up question number 8. Bodies of water. The island of Dr. Moreau, Island of the Blue Dolphins, and Mysterious Island all took place in what body of water?
Cozad, number 3.
The Pacific Ocean.
That is correct. Bonus question for Cozad. Decimals. What kind of decimal is formed by numbers such as 1/3 and 22 divided by 7, but not by numbers such as -6, 4/5, and pi?
Is there anything more specific than repeating? Because they're not irrational. Repeating?
That is correct. Toss-up question number 9. Sometimes you only need a few words to say a lot. Dr. Seuss wrote this book to win a bet that he couldn't write a book using only 50 different words. Give me the title.
Ainsworth, number 6.
Red fish, blue fish.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Dr. Seuss wrote this book to win a bet.
Cozad, number 3.
Green eggs and ham.
That is correct. Bonus question for Cozad. The word archipelago was first used in reference to islands in which sea, such as the Cyclades?
Aegean.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 10, triangles. The vertices of a triangle are 2, 1, 2, 5, and 5, 1. What is the area?
Cozad, number 3.
3.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat. The vertices of a triangle are 2, 1, 2, 5, and 5, 1. What is the area?
Ainsworth, number 3.
8.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is 6. And that can, 6 square units. And that concludes the round.
Epic and Valentine. Yep.
Will Valentine and McCook?
Ainsworth and Cozad wrap up pool play with Cozad with an easy victory there, 70-5. That puts 3 final scores in there. Ainsworth is also in there as well. Let's see here, 95 points for Ainsworth on a total on their 3 matches in pool play. So far, Broken Bow leads with 185 points. Cozad, and that is in the A pool. B pool, Cozad leads with 105, and then right behind those two, Ainsworth in the B pool, 95 points, and Minden with 70 total points here through pool play. We go to our final 2 matches here in pool play. That features Valentine and McCook. Both teams have taken the tables. It will be McCook on the left and Valentine on the right. So we will turn things over to the tables and find out what exactly the kids know way more than we do.
Toss-up question number 1, land formations. A Montana park is named for which formations? Also found in Washington's Olympic and North Cascade parks.
McCook, number 2.
Volcano.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. A Montana park is named for which formations? also found in Washington's Olympic and North Cascade parks?
Valentine, number 3.
Glaciers.
That is correct. Bonus question for Valentine. I didn't do my phonetic transcription here, so. Though Celine Dion is from Quebec, she won Eurovision Song Contest in 1988 for Switzerland with Ne partez pas sans moi. What is the title of that song in English?
Could you repeat that?
Though Celine Dion is from Quebec, she won Eurovision Song Contest in 1988 for Switzerland with Ne partez pas sans moi.
We're all the same.
Now, the correct answer is don't leave without me. Toss-up question number 2, dwellings. What things were featured in Fred Albert's 1999 photo book, Barkitecture?
McCook, number 3.
Dog houses.
That is correct. Bonus for McCook, critical points. Given f of x equals sine x plus cosine x, how many critical points are in the closed interval?
0.
0 to pi. 0 to 2 pi.
0 to 2 pi. Four.
Sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is 2. Toss-up question number 3. Not always seen in a toga, Horatio Greenough portrayed him in a toga. Jean-Antoine Howden's bust of him is found at the Virginia State Capitol. Who is the American subject of these Greek-like sculptures?
Valentine, number 3.
George Washington.
That is correct. Toss-up question for Valentine, or bonus question for Valentine. The NFL. If Telemundo were to broadcast an NFL game between the Vaqueros and the Osos, which 2 teams would be facing off?
Could you repeat that?
If Telemundo were to broadcast an NFL game between the Vaqueros and the Osos, which 2 teams would be facing off?
Bears and Grizzlies.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer would be Cowboys and Bears. Toss-up question number 4, medical terms. Acute myocardial infarction is another name for what?
Valentine, number 3.
Heart attack.
That is correct. Bonus question for Valentine. Which method of navigation is defined as the process of estimating one's current position based upon a known starting point and advancing that position based upon known speed, elapsed time, and course? Which method of navigation is defined as the process of estimating one's current position based upon a known starting point and advancing that position based upon known speed, elapsed?
Locating.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is dead reckoning. Toss-up question number 5, organ storage. The main storage areas for iron in the human body are the bone marrow, the spleen, and which organ?
Valentine, number 6.
The liver.
That is correct. Bonus question for Valentine, literary conflict. The main type of literary conflict illustrated in Jack London's To Build a Fire is man against?
Nature.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 6. Little creature featured in a title. This is a direct quote. Thou light-winged dryad of the trees, in some melodious plot of beeches green and shadows numberless, singest of summer in full-throated ease. Name the title creature of this English romantic poem, whose title starts with Ode to a...
Valentine, number 6.
Mockingbird.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Thou light-winged dryad of the trees, in some melodious plot of beeches green and shadows numberless, singest of summer in full-throated ease. Name the title creature of this English romantic poem, whose title starts with Ode to a...
McCook, number 2.
Songbird.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is nightingale. Toss-up question number 7, cities. The artistic style known as mannerism served as a darker reaction to the optimism of the Renaissance. The sack of what city in 1527 prompted the flourishing of this movement?
McCook, number 5.
Constantinople.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. The artistic style known as mannerism served as a darker reaction to the optimism of the Renaissance. The sack of what city in 1527 prompted the flourishing of this movement?
Valentine, number 3.
Rome.
That is correct. Bonus for Valentine. It's a pretty sight. What celestial phenomenon did superstitious Inuits dismiss as dead ancestors playing kickball with a walrus skull?
An eclipse.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer, Aurora Borealis. Toss-up question number 8, New York landmarks. What civil engineering feat in New York inspired David McCullough's history book, The Great Bridge?
Cook, number 3.
Brooklyn Bridge.
That is correct. Bonus question for McCook. Question types. The following sentence doesn't call for a question mark because it exemplifies what kind of question? The captain asked us when the second quarter would start.
Repeat.
The following sentence doesn't call for a question mark because it exemplifies what kind of question? The captain asked us when the second quarter would start.
Declarative.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is indirect question. Toss-up question number 9. Righting wrongs. What is the term for someone within an organization who reports misconduct or legal violation?
McCook, number 2.
Whistleblower.
That is correct. Bonus question for McCook. Formula. Write the formula for each material correctly and then balance the equation. Sulfur burns in oxygen to make sulfur dioxide.
Ready?
Yep.
S plus O2 yields SO2.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 10. Singing dolls. International dolls sing what unending song about global unity in a Disneyland?
Valentine, number 6.
It's a small world after all.
little controversy here as the judges talk things over to
That
see.
is correct.
And it wouldn't surprise me to
Bonus
see McCook
question.
challenge that,
Ethnic groups.
but they will not.
The Pashtun, who speak Pashto and are dominated by the Durrani and Ghilzi tribes, are which country's largest ethnic group?
Finland.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer, Afghanistan. And that concludes the round.
So Valentine adds 40 more points to their total, McCook 25. As we head into our final matchup of the afternoon, Ogallala and Gothenburg will wrap up pool play as Gothenburg and Ogallala both out of the B pool. And then as we continue forward, I expect them probably to take a break so they can re-rank everyone. Then we will go into the bracket as they will reseed all of the teams into their appropriate positions. I do want to thank our sponsors making this possible: Wenquist Incorporated, Palmer Monument, Square M Accounting, Broken Bow Legends Neighborhood Grill, Grocery Cart in Broken Bow, BD in Broken Bow Chiropractic, Trotter Service, State Farm Insurance in Broken Bow, and Gothenburg, Donna Cahill, Nebraska State Bank, Bruning Bank, Varney Health Mart, Custer Federal State Bank, Peterson Supermarket, and Pony Express Chevrolet in Gothenburg, and Ford in Minden. Again, our final pool play matchup features Ogallala and Gothenburg.
Toss-up question number 1. Genre, fantasies. Christopher Paolini was only 15 when he started writing which best-selling...
Gothenburg, number 1.
Aragon.
That is correct. Bonus question for Gothenburg, candy creator. He worked in Milton Hershey's dairy and was so awed by his success that he started experimenting with peanut butter and chocolate. Who was he?
Reese.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 2, perfection. The root of this word comes from the Latin for sin. What is the 4-syllable adjective that means flawless or perfect?
Gothenburg, number 5.
Immaculate.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question for Ogallala. The root of this word comes from the Latin for sin. What is the 4-syllable adjective that means flawless or perfect? Time? The correct answer was impeccable. Toss-up question number 3, Prince Philip. At the time of his birth, Prince Philip was 6th in line to the throne. Not the throne of England, but to the throne of which country?
Okay. Gothenburg, number 3.
Spain.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. At the time of his birth, Prince Philip was 6th in line to the throne. Not the throne of England, but to the throne of which country?
Ogallala, number 4.
France.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Greece. Toss-up question number 4, getting out of town. With French troops marching toward Germany in 1792, Beethoven moved to which neighboring capital city?
Gothenburg, number 3.
Vienna.
That is correct. Bonus question for Gothenburg, novels. Which of Jules Verne's novels tells of an expedition led by Icelandic duck hunter Hans Jolka that starts on a glacier?
It sounds like it would be Journey to the Center of the Earth. That's the only novel he's ever written that I know of.
Journey to the Center of the Earth.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 5. It might be time to say goodbye. American Samoa, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands have decided against it, as have Hawaii, Arizona, and parts of Indiana. Legislation in 1967 set it to start at 2 a.m. on the last Sunday in March.
Ogallala, number 2.
Daylight savings time.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ogallala. Which state? Identify the state whose largest national forest is named for De Soto, the explorer who became the first European to see the river that shares its name with the state.
Please repeat.
Identify the state whose largest national forest is named for De Soto, the explorer who became the first European to see the river that shares its name with the state.
Colorado.
No, I'm sorry, the correct answer is Mississippi. Toss-up question number 6. The key man. He has a pink umbrella that disguises his broken wand. Name this half...
Gothenburg, number 6.
Rubius Hagrid.
That is correct. Bonus question for Gothenburg. Numbers. The sum of the first 13 positive integers is the same as the sum of the first 6 perfect squares. What's the number?
'98.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is 91. Toss-up question number 7. Shakespearean characters. The 3 witches hail him as lesser than Macbeth and greater, because he would sire a line of kings, but would never be one himself. Name this character.
Ogallala, number 5.
Macbeth.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. The 3 witches hail him as lesser than Macbeth and greater, because he would sire a line of kings, but would never be one himself. Name this character.
Gothenburg, number 6.
Duncan.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect as well. The correct answer is Banquo. Toss-up question number 8. Cross that bridge when I get there. The Verrazano Narrows suspension bridge is no longer the longest in the world. That honor goes to the Humber Bridge that crosses the Humber River. To which country would you go to cross its 4,600-foot span?
Gothenburg, number 2.
Singapore?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. The Verrazano Narrows suspension bridge is no longer the longest in the world. That honor goes to the Humber Bridge that crosses the Humber River. To which country would you go to cross its 4,600-foot span?
Ogallala, number 1.
China.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is England. Toss-up question number 9. Neutrons. How many neutrons are in the nucleus of an atom of tungsten-184, which has an atomic number of 74?
Ogallala, number 4.
110.
That is correct. Bonus, pigskin penalties. A player cannot lead with the top of his helmet when tackling an opponent. If he does so, he's guilty of what NFL infraction?
Targeting.
Okay, we'll accept that. Toss-up question number 10. Prime Minister. Name any one year when Otto von Bismarck served as Prime Minister of Prussia or Germany.
I can't see who it is. Gothenburg, number 3.
1916.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Name any one year when Otto von Bismarck served as Prime Minister of Prussia or Germany.
Ogallala, number 3.
1915.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Any of the years between 1862 and 1890 would have been correct. That concludes this round.
Thank you. Your sparkly eyeshadow reflects just right. Every time you move, I'm going, uh-oh.
Gothenburg 35, Ogallala 20, as that will round out pool play here at the Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl at Broken Bow. I can tell you, after my totals have wrapped up, that Broken Bow will be the 1 seed in the champions bracket. McCook will be the 2 seed in Pool A. In Pool A in the consolation, Valentine will be the 3 seed, and Minden will be the 4 seed. They're finishing up the totals for Pool B. So we'll take a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll have some more Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl action for you here on our streaming platforms. Back at the Broken Bow Gymnasium, or auditorium I should say, as the final numbers have come in for the brackets coming out of pool play. And this is what the matchups will look like. The number 1 seed out of Pool A is Broken Bow. Ainsworth will be the 2 seed out of the Pool B, so they will be taking on each other. And the other side of the champions bracket, Cozad was the high point winner in the in Pool B, and they will be taking on the number 2 out of Pool A, McCook. So those will be the 4 teams in the champions bracket. In the consolation bracket, Valentine had the 3rd highest point total in Pool A. They will be taking on Gothenburg, who had the 4th highest in Pool B. And then Ogallala and Minden, B and A respectively, in those pools will be facing off against each other and those matches will be coming up here shortly. Valentine and Gothenburg should be leading us off. They have it on the schedule as 2:15 the start time, but don't go anywhere as they have been running quite quickly through these, so we will kind of see where things go from there. But we will have the remaining matches in the champions and consolation brackets. Each team will play 2 rounds. The winners will move on in their brackets. The losers of those rounds will fall into those 7th, 8th place games and the 3rd and 4th place games. Stick around. We'll have more Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl coming up here on our streaming platforms. KCNI KBBN proud to be here on this Wednesday afternoon. All right, we are going to get things started. McCook and Cozad will actually be starting us off, so I'll get that changed here momentarily. This should be the one of the games out of the championship bracket, so we will turn things back over to the mediator.
So we're done with pool play, and now we're ready to start tournament play. So here's how the bracket looks. In the consolation bracket, McCook will be taking on Cozad. That's the first match in the consolation bracket. The second match in the consolation bracket is Minden and Ogallala. Then in the championship bracket, it'll be Broken Bow versus Gothenburg. And in the other championship bracket match, it'll be Valentine versus Ainsworth. And then we'll go from there.
Well, our bracket is quite a bit different than that, so we will just kind of let things roll and inform you of what happens when it happens.
A person who is born in a country or who chooses to become a member of a country by law and who owes allegiance to and is granted rights.
Cozad, number 3.
A citizen.
That is correct. Bonus question for Cozad. They portrayed it differently. Emily Dickinson made it a passenger in a carriage. Shakespeare likened it to the undiscovered country. John Donne charged it to be not proud. What are we talking about?
Repeat.
Emily Dickinson made it a passenger in a carriage. Shakespeare likened it to the undiscovered country. John Donne charged it to be not proud. What are we talking about?
No answer.
The correct answer is death. Toss-up question number 2, Broadway. Rodgers and Hammerstein teamed up to create what musical named for a type of merry-go-round?
Cozad, number 3.
Carousel?
That is correct. Bonus question for Cozad. Princely titles. Which word designating the systemized study of the science, methods, and forms of music was the title of a 2004 album by Prince?
Music theory?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer was musicology. Toss-up question number 3, forts. Its name, an Iroquois word meaning between two lakes, refers to its location between Lake George and Lake Champlain. Name this fort. The correct answer, Ticonderoga.
Number 5. Did you scoot your buzzer over this, please? There we go. Thank you.
Toss-up question number 4, infractions. Acts that show disrespect for the judge, disrupt the proceedings through poor behavior, or include the publication of material deemed likely to jeopardize a fair trial are examples of what infraction?
McCook, number 2.
Obstruction of justice.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Acts that show disrespect for the judge, disrupt the proceedings through poor behavior, or include the publication of material deemed likely to jeopardize a fair trial are examples of what infraction?
Cozad, number 3.
Courtroom misconduct.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is contempt of court. Toss-up question number 5, battles. It was the first major Civil War battle to be fought in the North. George McClellan was replaced as Union General-in-Chief because he didn't pursue the retreating Confederate Army. Name this 1862 Maryland battle.
McCook, number 2.
Battle at Baltimore.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. It was the first major Civil War battle to be fought in the North. George McClellan was replaced as Union General-in-Chief because he didn't pursue the retreating Confederate Army. Name this 1862 Maryland battle.
Cozad, number 1.
Battle of Bull Run.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Antietam. Toss-up question number 6, halogens. Paper manufacturers remove lignin from wood and then make white paper by bleaching the remaining pulp with the dioxide compound of what halogen?
McCook, number 3.
Chlorine.
That is correct.
Nice.
Bonus question for McCook, solving. Solve for x, giving your answer as a reduced fraction or as a decimal to the hundredths. 5x plus 1/3, or excuse me, 5x plus 1 over 3 equals 2x minus 1.5.
Three halves.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer, help me out here, Mrs. Stamp, if I get this.
11/18 or negative 61 hundredths.
Toss-up question number 7, faith. In the 8th century, the Khazars of Russia chose it as the state religion, and it stayed that way until that kingdom was destroyed in the 10th century. It would be another millennium before it again became a state religion in 1948. What faith am I talking about?
Cozad, number 1.
Orthodox.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. In the 8th century, the Khazars of Russia chose it as the state religion, and it stayed that way until that kingdom was destroyed in the 10th century. It would be another millennium before it again became a state religion in 1948. What faith am I talking about?
McCook, number 2.
Christianity.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Judaism, or the Jewish faith. Toss-up question number 8, constellation. Its great square contains 4 stars, with 3 more stars forming its triangular wing. Name this equine constellation.
McCook, number 2.
Pegasus.
That is correct. Bonus for McCook, southern France. Paul Cézanne spent most of his life in which historical region of southern France that includes Saint-Tropez, Avignon, and Marseille?
Repeat.
Paul Cézanne spent most of his life in which historical region of southern France that includes Saint-Tropez, Avignon, and Marseille?
Sussex.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Provence. Toss-up question number 9. Not for sale at Walmart. What is a Nimbus 2000?
Cozad, number 3.
A broomstick. That you ride on.
Is that good enough? Okay, we'll accept that.
May we challenge?
They're challenging.
I'm not the judge.
Oh, okay. So challenging.
Mrs. Stamp, I want to challenge.
May we elaborate?
Yeah.
We believe that the answer needs to be more specific, saying a magic broomstick or a flying broomstick.
I see.
first challenge of the day here in the first round of the bracketed part of the Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl. We'll see if McCook is able to win this challenge. Very, very close. And when they asked what a Nimbus 2000 is, it is a broomstick essentially from the movie Harry Potter, but I was with the kids from COSAT. How do you describe that in a way that would work as an answer? So this will be very interesting what they determine. If you're just tuning in, this is the very first round, very first matchup outside of pool play. Should be the consolations. We're still trying to figure out exactly where they have everyone ranked. Broken Bow is the #1 seed. They went 3-0 and also had the high point total with over 180, I believe. So Broken Bow will hold on to that #1 seed in the champions bracket. COSAT and McCook facing off. And as a reminder, the pool play matches went through all 10 questions, but here in the bracketed part, if there is a clear winner and there's no chance that the other team can make a comeback, then one of those teams will be declared the winner. So that is the slight change here in the bracket part of the Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl. And as you are hearing that popping of the microphones, that's nothing we can do. It's either players touching the table, tapping on the table, judges, anyone touching a table or anywhere near a microphone, that does happen. So apologize for that. Unfortunately, just nothing that we can change as the challenge continues into how to describe a magical broomstick from the movie Harry Potter.
Okay, so the judges accept the challenge. So that makes COSAT's answer incorrect. So I'll repeat the question.
Can you counter a challenge? Is that a thing?
Well, just wait.
Okay.
So the question was, what is a Nimbus 2000?
A magic flying broomstick.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. It's Harry Potter's broomstick. No. So here's what came up when you challenged it. Okay? Here's what came up when you challenged it. Because we talked about it, and they said, what are they challenging? And I said, well, they're challenging it that it's not specific enough. And I said, okay, then the only answer that we should accept is what's exactly in the book.
Okay. I would like to challenge the answer written down as within the storyline, the Nimbus 3000 or 2.
Okay, all right, so let's just move on. We'll do a different question.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not prepared for a literary discussion of Harry Potter. Sorry.
No, it's all right.
What's that?
We just go to question 10 then, right?
Yeah, we have to.
Okay, okay.
Toss-up question number 10. Seas. What does Genesis call the Dead Sea? Perhaps because its salinity reaches 4 times that of ocean water.
McCook #3.
The Dead Sea.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. What does Genesis call the Dead Sea? perhaps because its salinity reaches 4 times that of ocean water.
Cozad number 3.
The salty sea.
That's incorrect. The answer that they had was the salt sea. So salty and salt, not the same things.
Okay.
Okay, so now we have
So
an extra
just
question.
whoever gets the toss-up wins the round.
Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. So whoever gets the next toss-up wins the round, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Roman structure. It was recreated cinematically for the Russell Crowe film Gladiator. In the 18th century, Pope Benedict XIV declared it a shrine to Christian martyrs. Name this
McCook number 2.
Colosseum.
That is correct.
So
They got 15? Yep, so McCook wins the,
So McCook wins. McCook wins.
that's right, Ms. McCook wins the round.
McCook wins the round.
okay. Okay, so Minden and Ogallala.
So now we need Minden and Ogallala.
So Cozad.
Congratulations to McCook. They're able to win that challenge on the Harry Potter broomstick and eventually moved on to that 10th question and finally that bonus toss-up. So McCook will advance out into the Consolation Championship for 5th and 6th place. They will take on Ogallala. The winner of Ogallala or Minden, that is coming up next. And then, let's see here, Cozad will fall into the 7th and 8th place game where they will await the loser of the Ogallala-Minden matchup. So we will have that coming up next here with Ogallala and Minden, Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl 2021.
Yes, yes. I wrote it down because Gary is a big Harry Potter fan.
Harold Potter.
The score from the last round? I think it ended 15-10. It's Miss Amy. Scoreboard says 10-15, but
I'm normally 6.
Yeah, we have 15.
oh, okay. Okay. There you go.
Okay, everyone step back.
Just wait a minute until we get it. It's clear now.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Ogallala number 1, can you move your buzzer up?
5, yeah. 2, up this way, please. Thank you. Okay, gotcha. This is
Again, this is game number 2 of the
we'll see if we can
consolation
Avoid
matchup
the broomstick.
between Ogallala and Minden. Obviously, still quite a bit of conversation
Question number
regarding
1, the
the
Olympics.
broomstick.
Which Olympic sport is said to date from 12th century Holland, where frozen canals were used as courses?
Minden, number 1.
Bobsled?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Which Olympic sport is said to date from 12th century Holland, where frozen canals were used as courses?
Ogallala, number 4.
Skeleton?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is speed skating. Toss-up question number 2, fruit. Rotten Ones name a website that compiles movie reviews.
Ogallala, number 5.
Tomatoes.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ogallala. Geometrical solids. In the 5th century BC, the oracle at Delos set forth the so-called Delian puzzle before the Athenians. It was never solved. The problem was to construct what geometrical solid at exactly twice the volume as a given solid of the same shape.
Please repeat.
In the 5th century BC, the oracle at Delos set forth the so-called Delian puzzle before the Athenians. It was never solved. The problem was to construct what geometrical solid at exactly twice the volume.
A sphere.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer was cube. Toss-up question number 3, Latin. Freud's first English translator, Joan Riviere, introduced these now basic terms to psychology. Freud had used the German Ich and Es. What equally short Latin words did Ms. Riviere?
Ogallala number 3.
Ego and id.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ogallala. Length. An isosceles triangle has 2 legs of length 13 centimeters and a height of 5 centimeters. What is the length of the base?
Please repeat.
An isosceles triangle has 2 legs of length 13 centimeters and a height of 5 centimeters. What is the length of the base?
Seven.
That is incorrect. The correct answer is 24 centimeters.
Actually, we'd like to challenge on that. You said 2 legs and then a height.
Right.
So that's 3 sides already. And then there's a base. That's 4 sides of a triangle.
The
Okay.
height isn't a leg.
The height
Okay.
is this.
Okay, never mind. Now I got it.
Toss-up question number 4. Military ranks. What Navy rank falls between a petty officer first class and a senior petty officer?
Ogallala number 4.
Chief Petty Officer.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ogallala. 19th century America. Identify the period in late 19th century America with the expression used by Mark Twain to describe its shallow and gaudy culture.
Gilded Age. The Gilded Age.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 5, musical review. Old-time musical comedy had an outstanding year on Broadway during the 1999-2000 season. The 2 plays that far and away led all the others in Tony nominations for 2000 were revivals of shows that had debuted in 1948 and 1957. Name either Cole Porter show.
Ogallala number 3.
Cats.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Old-time musical comedy had an outstanding year on Broadway during the 1999-2000 season. The 2 plays that far and away led all the others in Tony nominations for 2000 were revivals of shows that had debuted in 1948 and 1957. Name either Cole Porter show.
Minden number 6.
Wicked.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer, either Kiss Me Kate or The Music Man. Toss-up question number 6, story name. The novel ends on a Norwegian island. It starts with the sinking of the U.S. frigate Abraham Lincoln and the capture of the 3 protagonists, the only ones to survive the maelstrom at the novel's end. Name this story. Correct answer was 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Toss-up question number 7, clouds. The dark variety of these objects appear as irregularly shaped patches and blot out the stars behind them, while planetary ones are typically composed of remnants of red giants. Examples include the coal sack.
Ogallala number 3.
Nebula.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ogallala, music. It may be the only genre of music named for a specific person, one who lived in the 6th and 7th centuries. Name him or this once official music of the Roman Catholic Church, used to sing parts of the liturgy.
Please repeat.
It may be the only genre of music named for a specific person, one who lived in the 6th and 7th centuries. Name him or this once official music of the Roman Catholic Church used to sing parts of the liturgy.
Gregorian.
Yeah, that is correct. Toss-up question number 8. At the movies, in 1967, the National Endowment for the Arts helped found which organization set up to preserve our country's movie heritage?
Ogallala number 3.
The Library of Congress.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. In 1967, the National Endowment for the Arts helped found which organization set up to preserve our country's movie heritage?
Minden number 3.
PBS.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is the American Film Institute. Toss-up question number 9, university. What university in New York City was the site of a student revolt and occupation during the Vietnam War?
Minden number 6.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. What university in New York City was the site of a student revolt and occupation during the Vietnam War? Correct answer is Columbia.
And that's the round. Can't catch
And
up.
that concludes the round. Thank you.
So Ogallala advances 40-0 over Minden here in the consolation bracket. So McCook and Ogallala will face off against each other for 5th and 6th place. Minden and I believe Cozad. Minden and Cozad will face off in the 7th and 8th place game. So we will have at least a new champion this year. Minden, of course, was last year's Southwest Conference champion. This year it will be someone else, and our next matchup will feature Broken Bow, and it should be Gothenburg. Broken Bow going in as the 1 seed, going undefeated in pool play, and also having the highest point total at 185 total points in those 3 victories. Broken Bow and Gothenburg facing off here in the championship bracket.
Yep. Yep.
Well, we didn't drop one to Ainsworth. Oh, yeah.
Toss-up question number 1. Toss-up question number 1. Big news. On August 19th, 1848, the New York Herald ran a story that triggered what event?
Gothenburg number 3.
Financial crisis.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. On August 19th, 1848, the New York Herald ran a story that triggered what event?
Broken Bow number 3.
The California Gold Rush.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow. Bays. In 1588, a storm from what bay scattered the Spanish Armada's wooden ships as they prepared to invade England?
Repeat.
In 1588, a storm from what bay scattered the Spanish Armada's wooden ships as they prepared to invade England?
The Spanish Bay.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. It was the Bay of Biscay. Toss-up question number 2, baseball leagues. Buck Leonard, Cool Papa Bell, Josh Gibson, and Satchel Paige all played in what baseball league?
Gothenburg, number 2.
The minors.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Buck Leonard, Cool Papa Bell, Josh Gibson, and Satchel Paige all played in what baseball league?
Kate. Oh, Broken Bow, number 3.
The Negro League.
That is correct. Bonus for Broken Bow. Which country? Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro are among Asia's most significant archaeological sites. They are found in which Muslim country on India's northwestern border? Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro are among Asia's most significant archaeological sites.
Pakistan.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 3, voting rights. 2 years before the 15th Amendment was ratified, it was the African American vote of 700,000 that decided the U.S. presidential election of 1868. Name the Republican candidate who supported full voting rights for all freed men.
Gothenburg, number 3.
Ulysses Grant.
That is correct. Bonus question for Gothenburg. Miles per gallon. Ernie left Huntington with his odometer at 44,565 miles. When he arrived in Columbus, it read 44,884, and it took 13.4 gallons to fill the tank. To the nearest tenth, how many miles per gallon did his vehicle get?
$10.2.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer would be 23.8. Toss-up question number 4, diseases. The onset of what disease is linked to the deterioration of cells in a part of the brain that produces the neurotransmitter called?
Gothenburg, number 1.
Alzheimer's.
That is correct. Bonus question for Gothenburg, famous art. Groliers says this 1930 American double portrait is perhaps the most parodied painting in modern art. Name it.
American Gothic.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 5, statistics. What term in statistics is used to designate the difference between the greatest quantity and the least quantity?
Gothenburg, number 6.
Range.
That is correct. Bonus question for Gothenburg. Sneaky, sneaky. Madame Defarge was a notorious revolutionary in A Tale of Two Cities. In what handicraft did she encode the names of her enemies?
Please repeat.
Madame Defarge was a notorious revolutionary in A Tale of Two Cities. In what handicraft did she encode the names of her enemies?
Quilting.
I'm sorry. The correct answer is knitting. Toss-up question number 6, food for thought. Our human bodies break down food into simple sugars in order to feed ourselves. Although many foods are necessary and important to stay healthy, many today are avoiding these foods altogether to stay thin. However, it takes these complex materials breaking down into simple sugars to nourish us. Starchy foods are an excellent source of these complex.
Broken Bow, number 1.
Carbohydrates.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow. Which leader of the Apache indigenous peoples fought both Mexico and the United States in order to protect Apache land?
Geronimo.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 7. Art. The museum for this artist's work is in Pittsburgh and contains many of his brightly colored depictions of people such as Marilyn Monroe and objects such as Campbell's soup cans. Who was this?
Broken bow number 1.
Andy Warhol.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow, the periodic table. The second period of the periodic table has 8 elements: lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, and neon. Which 4 of them exist as a gas in their natural state?
Repeat.
The second period of the periodic table has 8 elements: lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, and neon. Which 4 of them exist as a gas?
Nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, and neon.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 8. Presidents. Henry Clay was holding his hand as he died in 1848. Abraham Lincoln helped plan his funeral, and Daniel Webster wrote the inscription on the casket. Name this former president who suffered a fatal stroke on the floor of the U.S. Congress.
Gothenburg number 2.
James Madison.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Henry Clay was holding his hand as he died in 1848. Abraham Lincoln helped plan his funeral. Excuse me. And Daniel Webster wrote the inscription on the casket. Name this former president who suffered a fatal stroke on the floor of the U.S. Congress.
Broken bow number 1.
Andrew Jackson.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is John Quincy Adams. Toss-up question number 9. Theater. What is the 10-letter French word for a stock of plays that a theatrical troupe is prepared to perform?
Gothenburg number 3.
Repertoire.
That is correct. Bonus question for Gothenburg. Those plastic cards. The number of people with credit cards continues to increase. What do we call the cost of credit expressed as a yearly quantity?
APR. Annual percentage. APR. 10% APR. APR.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 10. Alice's Adventures. It belongs to the ugly old Duchess, but it disappears and reappears wherever and whenever.
Gothenburg number 6.
The Cheshire Cat.
That is correct.
If Gothenburg is able to get this bonus question
Membership
right, they will
required.
win.
2 main committees direct its policies: the Federal Open Market Committee and the Board of Governors, which has 7 members, administer the system. All national commercial banks are required by law to be members of this system. What is it?
Please repeat.
2 main committees direct its policies: the Federal Open Market Committee and the Board of Governors, which has 7 members, administer the system. All national commercial banks are required.
The FDIC.
No, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer was the Federal Reserve. The FDIC would be the Federal Depositors Insurance Corporation. That concludes the round.
That was toss-up 10. That was toss-up 10. That was toss-up 10.
Wait.
What's that?
There's only 10 toss-ups.
There's only 10.
Only 10.
questions per round.
Yeah.
What a match between Gothenburg and Broken Bow.
Well, we were going to 10 the whole time.
This is normally there are 12 rounds, 12 toss-ups, which is why Gothenburg was obviously adamant about wanting to continue, but that does bring us to the end of that round. So Broken Bow will advance to the championship match 50-45 over Gothenburg. Great job between both of those two teams, as Gothenburg will fall into the fourth place match. So now we'll go into our final championship match between Valentine and Ainsworth. These two teams will be facing off to move on to the championship game against Broken Bow. The loser will fall into the fourth place game.
Start to get a little punchy.
So then I'll do it. Okay, take a second there.
Toss-up question number 1. Poetry. In which of Robert Frost's poems do we read, "And both that morning equally lay, in leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day."
No answer.
The correct answer, The Road Not Taken. Toss-up question number 2, playing the odds. Give me the odds in favor of choosing a factor of 8 when picking one number from the integers 1 through 8.
Ainsworth, number 2.
1 to 8.
No, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Give me the odds in favor of choosing a factor of 8 when picking one number from the integers 1 through 8.
Valentine, number 6.
1 and 2.
No, I'm sorry, that's incorrect also. The correct answer is 50-50. Toss-up question number 3, the zodiac. Which zodiac constellation is dominated by 2 stars? However, one is a complex system of at least 6 stars.
Ainsworth, number 6.
Gemini.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ainsworth, Little Bitty. It's the smallest arachnid at 0.0003 inches in length, and its name has come to mean a minuscule amount. Name it.
Please repeat.
It's the smallest arachnid at 0.0003 inches in length, and its name has come to mean a minuscule amount. Name it.
A minute spider.
Sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is mite. Toss-up question number 4. Guiding others. Influencing or guiding others to accomplish a mission. I have just defined what 10-letter word starting with L.
Ainsworth, number 5.
Leadership?
That is correct. Bonus, foreign phrases. The French phrase n'est pas means what?
Please repeat.
The French phrase n'est pas means what?
Don't worry.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is, isn't that so? Toss-up question number 5. Forest fires. What does a forest fire do to pine cones?
Valentine, number 5.
Opens them.
That is correct. Bonus question for Valentine. In Spanish, which William Faulkner title reads Luz de Agosto? Luz de Agosto.
August light.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is the light in August. Toss-up question number 6. Same team. Jacques Plant, Maurice Richard, and Guy Lafleur are among the hockey players whose numbers have been retired by what NHL team?
Ainsworth, number 4.
The Maple Leafs.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Jacques Plant, Maurice Richard, and Guy Lafleur are among the hockey players whose numbers have been retired by what NHL team?
Valentine, number 5.
Penguins.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is the Montreal Canadiens. Toss-up question number 7, many meanings. In law, it's a brief history of the title to a piece of land, or the summary of a judgment used to create a lien. When modifying the word art, it denotes a style of 20th century painting and sculpture with no representational or symbolic function. What word can mean these, as well as mean the summary of a scientific paper?
Ainsworth, number 6.
Abstract.
That is correct. Bonus question, papal support. Pope Pius XII supported which theory in 1951, calling it a primordial fiat lux, uttered at the moment when, along with matter, there burst forth from nothing a sea of light and radiation?
Big Bang Theory.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 8, terminology. To clean illegal funds by passing them through a legitimate business in order to hide their origins is called what?
Ainsworth, number 6.
Laundering.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ainsworth. Name that tune. February 3rd, 1959 has been called the day the music died because teen idols Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and the Big Bopper were killed in a plane crash. What song by Don McLean made that phrase popular?
American Pie.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 9. Identify the smallest LCM for 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Valentine, number 6.
30.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Identify the smallest LCM for 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Ainsworth, number 5.
60.
That is correct.
And I think that's the round, actually.
They don't even need to do the bonus, do
They
they?
don't need to do the bonus.
Okay, that concludes this round. Ainsworth wins.
So Ainsworth advances out into the championship game. They will take on Broken Bow, and Valentine will fall into the consolation match, the third, fourth place game against Gothenburg. And that will take us into our final matchups of the afternoon. We will start with our 7th, 8th place game between Kozad and Minden. That will take us into our matchup against McCook and Ogallala, Valentine and Gothenburg for 3rd and 4th, and then for the championship, Broken Bow and Ainsworth. I want to thank our sponsors again for bringing the Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl to you: Wenquist Incorporated, Palmer Monument, Square M Accounting, Broken Bow Legends Neighborhood Grill, Grocery Cart in Broken Bow, BD in Broken Bow, Broken Bow Chiropractic, Trotter Service, State Farm Insurance in Broken Bow and Gothenburg, Agent Donna Cahill, Nebraska State Bank, Bruning Bank, Varney Health Mart, Custer Federal State Bank, Peterson Supermarket, Pony Express, Chevrolet, Gothenburg, and Ford in Minden. Well, we have a quick moment here, so we'll take just a short little break, and we will have our 7th, 8th place matchup coming up in just a moment.
Toss-up question number 1. Benefits of insects. Scientists have discovered that an effective way to scare off herds of rogue elephants raiding villages is to play over loudspeakers pre-recorded sounds of what insects?
Minden, number 3.
Locusts?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Scientists have discovered that an effective way to scare off herds of rogue elephants raiding villages is to play over loudspeakers pre-recorded sounds of what insects?
Cozad, number 3.
Bees?
That is correct. Bonus question for Cozad. Business. What word that contains 3 consecutive double letters is an alternate term for business accounting?
Repeat.
What word that contains 3 consecutive double letters is an alternative term for business accounting?
Mississippi.
Sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is bookkeeping.
Okay.
Toss-up question number 2. Shared name. The first conquered Wales. The second didn't conquer Scotland in the Battle of Bannockburn. The third started the 100 Years' War. And the fourth was the first king of the House of York. What name was shared by these English monarchs?
Minden, number 3.
William?
Sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. The first
Cozad, number 3.
Henry?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is Edward.
Okay.
Toss-up question number 3. Governmental organizations. Founded in 1952, this U.S. government organization's main mission is to encode and decode communications intelligence.
Cozad, number 3.
The CIA?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Founded in 1952, this U.S. government organization's main mission is to encode and decode communications.
Minden, number 4.
The NSA.
That is correct. No, I'm sorry, that is not correct. Let me repeat the question and you'll understand why. Founded in 1952, this U.S. government organization's main mission is to encode and decode communications intelligence. Name this organization with the acronym of NSA.
Oh. What can I say?
Okay.
Toss-up question number 4. Landmarks. It reopened in 2001 after a 10-year restoration project took about 18 inches of earth from under one side. About 60 yards high and 8 feet wide is what landmark that now tilts about 4?
Minden, number 3.
Leaning Tower of Pisa?
That is correct. Bonus question for a minute. Treating the feet. Cropody is the medical specialty that originally dealt with problems of the hands and feet. Now it is generally restricted to the hands. In 1958, foot doctors within the National Association of Cropodists adopted what other Greek-derived term for the specialty of treating feet?
Wait, repeat? I think it's asking for ped.
Chiropody is the medical specialty that originally dealt with problems of the hands and feet. Now it's generally restricted.
Podiatry?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, I don't think I had that written. Yeah. Toss-up question number 5. Name the country. Russia lost the most territory of any country in Europe after World War I. The greatest loss of Russian territory resulted from the creation of what independent nation, then stretching from the Baltic to northern Romania?
Minden, number 6.
Ukraine.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Russia lost the most territory.
Kozad, number 2.
Poland.
Poland is correct. Bonus question for Kozad. Marks. In Portuguese, it can be used only over a vowel. In Spanish, it can be used over only one consonant, an N. What is this diacritical mark?
A tilde.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 6. Slope-intercept form. Express and slope-intercept form. Express and slope-intercept form the equation x over 1 plus y over 10 equals 1.
Kozad, number 3.
Y equals 10x plus 1.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Express and slope-intercept form the equation x over 1 plus y over 10 equals 1.
Minden, number 5.
Negative 10x equals y.
No, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer would be y equals negative 10x plus 10, or y equals 10 minus 10x. Toss-up question number 7, nations. Long ago, it was an important stop on the Silk Road. The city of Urumqi in this nation is the world's farthest from any ocean. Name it.
Minden, number 3.
China.
That is correct. Bonus question for Minden. Presidents. Citizen Genet, an 18th century French minister to the United States, undermined the neutrality policy of which president who got him recalled?
Repeat.
Citizen Genet, an 18th century French minister to the U.S., undermined the neutrality policy of which president who got him recalled?
John Adams.
Sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer was George Washington. Toss-up question number 8. What does it mean? To a motorboat enthusiast, I/O means inboard, outboard. What does I/O mean to a computer person?
Kozad, number 4.
Input, output.
That is correct. Bonus question for Kozad. Powdery white substances. The title of Dr. Peter Gott's 2006 book says, the title of Dr. Peter Gott's 2000 book says, no to what 2 powdery white baking ingredients?
Baking soda.
Sugar and salt?
Sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is sugar and flour.
Oh, man.
Toss-up question number 9. Music by Queen. It appears on the soundtracks of the films FM and The Recruit. Urban legend has it that it is harmful to those with pacemakers because it is the exact inverse rhythm of a heart rate. Name this Queen song, also used as the title of a stage jukebox musical based upon the music of Queen.
Kozad, number 3.
Bohemian Rhapsody?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. It appears on the soundtracks of the films FM and The Recruit. Urban legend has it that it is harmful to those with pacemakers because it is the exact,
Minden, number 6.
Sheer heart attack?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect as well. Correct answer is We Will Rock You. Toss-up question number 10. Famous American writers. He was a poet and a biographer of Abraham Lincoln, but in 1922, he wrote rutabaga stories to entertain his 3 daughters. Name this man of letters.
Minden, number 3.
Mark Twain.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. He was a poet and a biographer of Abraham Lincoln, but in 1922, he wrote rutabaga stories to entertain his 3 daughters. Name this man of letters.
Cozad, number 6.
Booker T. Washington.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Carl Sandburg.
Cozad wins.
Okay, that concludes the round. Cozad wins.
Congratulations to Cozad, your 7th place finisher here at the 2021 Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl. Minden, your 8th place finisher. Great matches all day long from both of those teams. Lots of tough questions. Definitely a lot that we did not know here up in the booth. So a great job by both of those squads as we continue on here into now the 5th and 6th place matchup. That will feature McCook and Ogallala, as they will be facing off in the last game on the consolation side of the bracket. McCook and Ogallala for 5th and 6th place here at the SWC Quiz Bowl.
Our zone. Oh gosh, I still feel stupid. I can't believe myself.
Toss-up question number 1. Snakes. Snakes have no ears. Nevertheless, they pick up sounds remarkably well. What organ do they use for hearing?
Ogallala, number 3.
The cochlea.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Snakes have no ears. Nevertheless, they pick up sounds remarkably well. What organ do they use for hearing?
McCook, number 2.
Tongue.
That is correct. Bonus question for McCook. They've been, Slavic countries is the topic. They've been separate nations ever since the Velvet Divorce of 1993. But residents of each can hold dual citizenships in both. What are these 2 Slavic countries joined from 1918 until 1993?
The Czech Republic and Yugoslavia.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Correct answer is the Czech Republic and Slovakia.
Oh.
Toss-up question number 2. State in lowest terms. What is 1/2 plus 1/3 plus 1/10 plus 1/15? Please put in lowest terms.
McCook, number 5.
13/15.
Sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. What is 1/2 plus 1/3?
Ogallala, number 2.
1.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ogallala. The same name. Also a motion picture title. The technique of controlling your emotions so you can resolve conflict in a calm, rational manner is called what?
Please repeat.
Also a motion picture title. The technique of controlling your emotions so you can resolve conflict in a calm, rational manner is called what?
Self-control.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is anger management. Toss-up question number 3, biomes. In the Earth's torrid zone around the equator, the sun can be directly overhead. The area affected is the hottest on Earth, with 2 seasons, wet and dry. There is a more well-known name for this zone that encompasses a large portion of Africa and parts of Asia, Central America, and the north part of South America. What biome is this?
McCook, number 2.
Desert.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. In the Earth's torrid zone around the equator, the sun can be directly overhead. The area affected is the hottest on Earth, with 2 seasons, wet and dry. There is a more well-known name for this zone that encompasses a large part of Africa and parts of Asia, Central America, and the north of South America. What biome is this?
Ogallala, number 2.
The Savannah.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is the tropics. Toss-up question number 4, thermodynamics. The first and second laws of thermodynamics rule out the existence of what theoretical devices that could run forever?
Ogallala, number 3.
Perpetual motion machines.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ogallala. Who wrote it? My steamboat voyage to Albany and back has turned out rather more favorable than I had calculated. The distance from New York to Albany is 150 miles. I ran it up in 32 hours and down in 30 hours. Who wrote it in 1807?
Please repeat.
My steamboat voyage to Albany and back has turned out rather more favorable than I had calculated. The distance from New York to Albany is 150 miles. I ran it up in 32 hours and down in 30 hours. Who wrote it in 1807?
Meriwether Lewis.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Robert Fulton. Toss-up question number 5, disasters. The 2005 book, A Crack in the Edge of the World, marks the 100th anniversary of what event that took place in 1906?
McCook, number 4.
The San Francisco earthquake.
That is correct. Bonus question for McCook. An electric source provides 18 volts of current through a circuit that contains a single resistor. What is the current through the resistor if its resistance is 3 ohms?
I would say either 6 or 15. 6. I don't remember. 2 ohms. Yeah, do 6.
6.
Six what?
Volts.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. 6 amps would be the correct answer. Toss-up question number 6, creatures. The stomachs of these mammals don't secrete hydrochloric acid like most others. Rather, they utilize the formic acid they swallow in their diet. The giant ones can grow to 8 feet in length with 2-foot-long tongues. Name these South American creatures.
Ogallala, number 4.
Anteaters?
That is correct. Bonus question. Parts of an automobile. Which auto parts reduce angular velocity by converting kinetic energy to heat?
Please repeat.
Which auto parts reduce angular velocity by converting kinetic energy to heat?
Shock absorbers.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is brakes. Toss-up question number 7, legal jargon. It's a written statement summarizing a lower court's decision and setting forth the facts, legal arguments, and precedents of a case. I'm talking about what 5-letter word?
McCook, number 4.
Opinion.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. It's a written statement summarizing a lower court's decision and setting forth the facts, legal arguments, and precedents of a case. I'm talking about what 5-letter word? Correct answer is brief. Toss-up question number 8, famous documents. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. Where do we read that?
McCook, number 4.
Declaration of Independence.
That is correct. Bonus question for McCook. Big band. In this big band family, Jimmy was a saxophone player and clarinetist, and Tommy was a trombonist. What is the last name of the family?
Stewart.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Dorsey. Toss-up question number 9, a changed calendar. Every month had 3 weeks of 10 days, with the last day of each week designated as a day of rest on this calendar, created in the aftermath of this event it was named for. Its purpose was to delete all traces of control by either monarchies or religious influences. It lasted until 1806, when France returned to the Gregorian calendar. Name either the name of the calendar or the event it's named after.
Ogallala, number 3.
The French Revolution.
That is correct. Bonus question for Ogallala. Prisons in Kansas. Robert Stroud, the Birdman of Alcatraz, actually raised all his canaries in which Kansas penitentiary?
Leavenworth.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 10. Waves. Longer than infrared, but shorter than radio waves. Which part of the electromagnetic spectrum is used in wireless networking?
Ogallala, number 3.
Microwaves.
That is correct.
That's the round. That's the round.
That concludes the round. Ogallala wins.
Good game, guys.
Congratulations, Ogallala, on finishing 5th here at the Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl. McCook 6th. Ogallala taking that match 35-15. That takes us into our championship bracket. Coming up next for the 3rd and 4th place match, Gothenburg and Valentine. Valentine was able to get fell actually earlier, 2 Ainsworth 45-5, and then Gothenburg, of course, fell to Broken Bow 50-45 in a fantastic match that went right down to the wire. So that will take us into our 3rd and 4th place match here at the Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl, as we'll just turn things right back over to the tables.
Hey,
Warm it up.
Make sure it works. Let's see. Number 5, do you want to scoot yours out further this way? I can't see a number 4. I can't see either. There we go. Thank you.
Toss-up question number 1. Increases. English economist Thomas Malthus asserted that food production could only increase arithmetically, but the population would increase how?
Valentine, number 6.
Geometrically.
That is correct. Bonus question for Valentine. Leaders. The unendurable must be endured, he announced in his first radio broadcast, declaring his nation's surrender during World War II. In a later radio address, he was forced to renounce his divinity. Who was he?
Hijeki Dojo.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The answer that they had was Hirohito. Toss-up question number 2, how many? The club had 156 members this year, and that represents a 140% increase since last year. How many members were there last year?
Gothenburg, number 2.
60.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. The club had 156 members this year, and that represents a 140% increase since last year. How many members?
Valentine, number 3.
110.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is 65. Toss-up question number 3, values. Give me the numerical value of the tangent of the acute angle formed by the x-axis and the line with the equation y equals x plus 2.
Gothenburg, number 1.
2.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Give me the numerical value of the tangent of the acute angle formed by the x-axis and the line with the equation y equals x plus 2. Correct answer is 1. Toss-up question number 4, novel questions. What is ex-CIA agent Jason Bourne searching for in 3 novels by Robert Ludlum?
Valentine, number 1.
His father?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. What is X?
Gothenburg, number 3.
His identity?
That is correct.
I just remember one identity.
Bonus question for Gothenburg. Cousins. Name the 2 second cousins whose births were prophesied by an angel to their mother and father respectively in the first chapter of the Gospel according to Luke.
Cain and Abel.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Jesus and John the Baptist. Toss-up question number 5, firsts. The Norwegian flag was the first to be planted at the South Pole. The American flag was the first at the North Pole. The flags of what 2 countries were the first to be planted atop Mount Everest?
Gothenburg, number 3.
The United Kingdom.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The Norwegian flag was the first to be planted at the South Pole. The American flag was the first at the North Pole. The flags of what 2 countries were the first to be planted atop Mount Everest?
Valentine, number 3.
The Russian flag.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Nepal, and New Zealand. Toss-up question number 6, South Africa. North of Johannesburg, this former capital of the Boer Republic is the current administrative and executive capital of South Africa. Name it.
Gothenburg, number 6.
Pretoria.
That is correct. Bonus question for Gothenburg. Famous writers. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. Which poet wrote it? So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Sorry, that is not correct. The correct answer is Shakespeare. Toss-up question number 7, adages. Metonymy is exemplified by what adage about the relative strength of authoring versus soldiering?
Gothenburg, number 3.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
That is correct. Bonus question for Gothenburg, evaporation. It creates a vacuum, resulting in a powerful pull, causing water to flow upward within xylem. What is this process? The evaporation of water from leaves.
Transpiration.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 8, North Africa. What nation has the largest proven oil reserves in North Africa?
Gothenburg, number 3.
Libya.
That is correct. Bonus question for Gothenburg, founders. While working for Kentucky Fried Chicken, it was he who created Colonel Sanders' public image. From 1982 until his death in 2002, he kept busy dealing with his own public image as TV spokesman for the company he founded, Wendy's. Who was he?
Colonel Sanders.
Sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is Dave Thomas. Toss-up question number 9, colors. In astronomy, 2 types of spectral shifts are examples of the Doppler effect. What 2 colors, name them?
Gothenburg, number 5.
Red and blue.
That is correct.
Oh, sorry.
Bonus question for Gothenburg, migration. Less than a year after the 1883 eruption of Krakatoa, a French scientific expedition found this to be the only creature on the island. They migrated from another island by means of a distinctive method of aeronautical dispersal, using breeze-catching silk parachutes. What were the creatures?
Spiders.
That is correct. Gothenburg wins the round.
Okay, so Gothenburg gets the victory there, 45-5, and they secure themselves 3rd place. Valentine gets 4th place, and now we move on to the championship round. Broken Bow and Ainsworth will be facing off for the championship here in the 2021 Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl. Again, your places so far: Minden 8th, Cozad 7th, McCook 6th, Ogallala 5th, 4th place going there to Valentine, and 3rd place to Gothenburg. So now as Broken Bow and Ainsworth come to the stage, we'll let them have the mic for the championship match here for the 2021 Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl.
Where's Benny? Oh, there's Benny. I thought you left.
Toss-up question number 1. Which countries? Most of the Alps are located in which 2 countries?
Broken Bow, number 3.
France and Switzerland.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. I'll repeat the question. Most of the Alps are...
Ainsworth, number 3.
Italy and Switzerland.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is Switzerland and Austria. Toss-up question number 2. The S's have it. Evaluate, judge, grade. Those are synonyms of what 6-letter verb which has 4 S's?
Broken Bow, number 2.
Assess.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow, solving. If x equals 8, solve for y. X squared plus y squared equals 145.
11.
Sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is 9 or negative 9. Toss-up question number 3, means of listening. Vinyl was the material used for LP records. Polycarbonate is the material used for what later means of listening to music?
Broken bow number 6.
CD.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow. On the moon. On one of the moon landings, astronauts left an object on the moon. Scientists periodically bounce a laser beam off of this object to measure the distance between the Earth and the moon. What is this object?
A mirror.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 4, artistic form. Picasso did one, quote, with cloak. Frida Kahlo did one, quote, with monkey. Van.
Broken bow number 1.
Portrait. Self-portrait.
That is correct. Bonus question for Broken Bow. How many? 1 degree of longitude is equal to about 69 miles. Therefore, how many miles are there between the prime meridian and the meridian of longitude, which represents the international date line? 1 degree of longitude is equal to about 69 miles. Therefore, how many miles are there between the prime meridian and the meridian of longitude, which represents the international date line?
690 miles.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The correct answer is 12,420. Toss-up question number 5, communication. In analog communications, it is the difference between the highest and lowest frequencies in a given range. In digital communications, it is the amount of information or data that can be sent over a network connection in a given period of time.
Broken bow number 6.
Bandwidth.
That is correct. Bonus for Broken Bow, the same word. In computer science, this word means the inability to proceed due to 2 programs or devices, both requiring a response from the other before completing an operation. In sports, it means a tied score. What's the word?
Repeat.
In computer science, this word means the inability to proceed due to 2 programs or devices, both requiring a response from the other before completing an operation. In sports, it means a tied score. What's
Okay. Draw.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The word they were looking for was deadlock. Toss-up question number 6, speaking Spanish. Identify the 3rd person feminine singular pronoun in Spanish.
Ainsworth number 1.
Ella.
That is correct. Bonus for Ainsworth, adjectives. What one-word term is used to classify an animal such as a horse, ox, or mule that is used to pull heavy equipment?
Repeat.
What one-word term is used to classify an animal such as a horse, ox, or mule that is used to pull heavy equipment?
Draft.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 7. Winner. Who won the Masters tournament played last weekend? It's a golf tournament.
Ainsworth number 1.
Bubba Watson.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Who won the Masters tournament played last weekend?
Broken bow number 4.
Phil Mickelson?
No.
Give him credit, they know what pencil is.
Correct answer was Hideki Matsuyama.
Who knows?
Toss-up question number 8. Liability. John Maynard Keynes argued in How to Pay for the War that accruing it stimulates business. Alexander Hamilton consolidated it in 1791. In 2006, its statutory ceiling was raised to $9 trillion.
Broken bow number 2.
Debt.
Sorry.
Debt. National debt.
Can we challenge that? Their initial answer wasn't specific enough.
He's right.
Right, but you asked them to be more specific after they already
Go with
answered.
their first answer.
Yeah.
Which means you should have challenged one.
They didn't, yeah.
You set a precedent earlier when we, with self-portrait, when we just said portrait. So.
Yeah, that's true.
The first spoken
Where does
answer,
it say?
But
the first answer spoken will be the answer that is considered.
Look at number 13, Mr. Garner.
Number 13.
Okay, so they're discussing on whether or not they are going to allow the answer that was elaborated on. However, the challenge was saying that they shouldn't have been able to elaborate. They should take the first answer, which was less elaborate. However, a member of the Broken Bow team has said that the precedent was set earlier because he allowed them to elaborate on an answer that they gave, and that answer was accepted at that time. I think I just heard the rule book just be cracked open here a little bit ago, and I think it was a member of the Broken Bow team actually told the judges which part of the rule book they were looking to refer to. So I think she knows it pretty well, so we'll see what comes of this. This could be a big turning point. I know Broken Bow has a 15-point lead, but if they're able to get this question, obviously they get a point. They get 5 points, and they get that chance at another 10.
okay, I'll see it. Okay. I'll repeat the question. So, you were right. Earlier, she asked you for more of an answer than you'd already provided. But according to the rules, that's not correct. It's supposed to be the first answer spoken will be the answer that's considered. So,
Since this one's challenged, we'll
Since you
fix this.
did not question that time, we have to go on. It was questioned this time, so it's an incorrect answer.
Okay, so this time the challenge,
So now I'm
because
going
they
to repeat the
challenged it,
question for
it
Ainsworth,
will
right?
stand. It was not correct.
Gonna reread it for
Right.
Ainsworth?
Because they
Is that
challenged
right?
before
Yes,
they
that's-
elaborated, they will not accept it this time. However, before they elaborated, just to
well,
confirm
that's
with
what-
them
Did we
the
already
answer,
say that?
and because there was no challenge, even though that challenge would have been won, because there was
I
no
guess you
challenge,
could
they were
read a
awarded those
question
points.
just for Ainsworth. Broken Bow can't answer. Did you indicate if it was correct or not?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Then just
Yeah, I
read
think
one
so.
question for Ainsworth only for a toss-up.
Go to the next, or do you use the?
Just do an extra one. Go to
Okay.
the back and use an extra.
Okay, so it sounds like they're going to read a toss-up question that only Ainsworth can answer to rectify
okay, so
this
this question
situation.
is just for Ainsworth. Capitals. It was known as the Third Rome for its role as a center of Orthodox Christianity. This city grew around an ancient triangular citadel with brick red walls. Name this capital.
Ainsworth, number 4.
Moscow.
That is correct. So now we give them
You
the
could give them
bonus
the
question.
bonus for question 8.
Okay.
since
Coastal Studies. This is a bonus. The Center for Coastal Studies is part of California Scripps Institution of which science?
Repeat.
The Center for Coastal Studies is part of California's Scripps Institution of which science?
Oceanography.
That is correct. Toss-up question number 9. Elements. It is found in most living things.
Ainsworth, number 4.
Carbon.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect.
Okay, listen to the whole thing.
I'll read the rest of the question. It is found in most living things. It can form 2 stable covalent bonds. One of its isotopes has a mass number of 18. Name this element.
Broken bow, number 4.
Nitrogen.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The correct answer is oxygen.
So we go to question 10. This is for the SWC Championship.
Toss-up question number 10. The name stuck. Taylor Jacob Davis had a customer who kept ripping his pockets, so he added metal rivets to the pockets. He borrowed the money for the patent from a salesman whose name was then added to those rivets. Today, people still see that name on the rivets of these jeans. What name am I talking about?
Ainsworth, number 1.
Levi.
That is correct.
That's the round. 35 to 50.
Is it?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't, oh, shit.
Oh. Yep, that's it.
So that concludes the
Yep,
round?
that concludes the round.
That concludes the round. Ainsworth wins.
Ainsworth are your 2021 Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl champions. Congratulations to them. Lots of good matches throughout the day, and that last one got really interesting right at the point that it was 30-15, Broken Bow on top of Ainsworth. We had that challenge that really caused things to slow down for a little bit in deciding what to go with going forward, and Ainsworth was able to answer the next couple of questions correct. And then, of course, you heard there the 10th and final question toss-up was answered correctly by Ainsworth to secure the Southwest Conference Quiz Bowl title. So congratulations to Ainsworth. They are the champions here in the year 2021. Broken Bow gets second place. Third place went to Gothenburg. They had a 45-5 victory over Valentine, who comes in fourth. Fifth place to Ogallala, sixth place to McCook, seventh place to Cozad, and eighth place to Minden. So again, congratulations to the 2021 Southwest Conference champions, Ainsworth, getting the victory over Broken Bow in the championship by a score of 35-30. That about wraps up our broadcast here on our streaming platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. If you haven't already, make sure you follow our pages. We would really appreciate having your following. We'd want to thank our sponsors before we close our broadcast. We couldn't be here doing this broadcast without them. You saw them scrolling on your screen throughout the entirety of the broadcast. If you do business with one of them in the upcoming days, weeks, and months, make sure that you tell them thank you. They include Pony Express Chevrolet Gothenburg and Ford in Minden, Peterson Supermarket, Custer Federal State Bank, Varney Health Mart, Bruning Bank, State Farm Insurance in Broken Bow and Gothenburg, Donna Cahill, Nebraska State Bank, Trotter Service, Broken Bow Chiropractic, BD Broken Bow, The Grocery Cart in Broken Bow, Broken Bow Legends Neighborhood Grill, Square M Accounting, Palmer Monument, and Wenquist Incorporated. For Gavin Higgins, I'm Jeremy Scheib, wishing you a great rest of your evening.